very busy schedules to come with us and witness this historic launch. And hopefully, you will leave here with some impression that it's important that we started this. I have a prepared speech for just 2 minutes so that we can put things in proper context. First of all, let me say welcome to every one of us that, okay, I will not allow this gentleman to sit at the back because he's a government official and a big one for that matter. He's knocking and was trying to behave as if we no go see him. Please, stop waving your hand, Oga. Now me hold microphone, you know. Please, let's make welcome to the Director General, Nigerian Copyright Commission, Dr. John Asien. Please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. He came all the way from official assignment, all the way from Ibadan to be here. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the entire team at Music Tech Nigeria, please, I also want to do this with my boss. Please, can Mr. Michael Odion please come to the front? He's the co-founder. As a matter of fact, he's the real initiator of Music Tech Nigeria. I'm just his boy, you know, and the CEO of Premier Records. We warmly welcome you to this historic launch holding here. Today marks the beginning of a bold journey, one that positions Nigeria at the forefront of a global movement where music and technology meet to create progress, opportunity, and impact. The world is already paying attention to Afrobeats and other genres of Nigeria. Beyond the music, we believe Nigeria's true power lies in its ability to fuse creativity with innovation, artistry with technology, and culture with commerce. Music Tech Nigeria is founded to harness this potential. One, to drive research, foster collaboration, empower creators, and build the sustainable structures that will allow our ecosystem to thrive. Our vision is simple: to make Nigeria a hub for music tech innovation, not just for Africa, but for the world. And we will achieve this through structured activities such as hackathons, quarterly meetups, artist-led conversation on technology, and cross-section partnership with CMOs, tech companies, university, brands, policymakers, and international collaborators. This launch is just the first step, but it is a decisive one. The conversations will begin today, the connections we make, and the ideas we share will shape the path forward. I would like to specially thank our keynote speaker, Ashley Emmanuel. Thank you for taking time to come. Chief Operating Officer of Semicolon Africa. And our guest speaker, who is already online, Ivan Budilet, the co-founder of Music Tech Europe, for lending their voices to these important dialogues. To our key partner, Loli, and to my dear friend and brother, the CEO of Loli, Demilade, Ola Oshu. Yes, I want to say Adeosun because Adeosun is my friend. I want to say Adeosun. You know, thank you for your strong partnership and believing in what we are doing. You know, you didn't give us any doubt at what goal you took it, and today's event is a testimony of that faith in Music Tech Nigeria. We want to say thank you. So to our panelists, to our other partners and supporters, we are deeply grateful for your commitment to this vision. Ladies and gentlemen, Music Tech Nigeria is more than an event, so it doesn't end here. It is a movement. And together we will write a new chapter for Nigeria's creative and digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, a better round of applause. There is someone in the room that I believe should also be acknowledged, and as master of ceremony, I'll try my best to do that. I used to listen, my parents and myself would listen to his music when I was a child, and I'm sure that his dread is as old as I am, probably. Please, everybody, welcome Oris Wilike. I said it. I'm curious, sir. How old is this dreadlocks? What? Thank God I'm older. 27 years. Wow. I mean, sorry to make this about you for a bit, but you know, it just occurs to me as soon as you walked in, I was like, this is iconic, an iconic legend walking in. And unfortunately, the Gen Zs don't know. I'm not Gen Z, even though I look like them. They don't know. But please, once again, a round of applause for. Okay. You know, music in Nigeria, I remember, the one I remember, I don't remember the vinyl era. I remember gramophone era. Alex O is also in the building. Please, a round of applause for Alex O. Ah, thank you. Oh, man, nostalgia. I'm thinking Alex O, Alex Zito, Orisulike, Raski Mono. Ah, okay. Focus. Focus. I should drink water. All right. What was I saying? I remember the gramophone era. And in the gramophone era, the songs I used to hear play on the gramophone were the Aruna Isholas and the likes gramophone. Wait, for those that care to know, the person standing before you is like 40, so relax. Because you are wondering what's a gramophone, I said I should just put it there. And then there's a picture of it there. Then we move from gramophone to cassette, and how you cannot, all the musics, all the things I was used to were side A and side B. And it will play from beginning to the end. You can't stop. You can't select any track. I mean, the KSAs, even your songs, sir, we'll listen to side A. Then we'll now go to side B. Then from cassette we move to CDs. From CDs, now we are we went to DVD too. Then from DVD, we are streaming I have free downloads. Yes, free downloads at a point. That's not just okay and or the likes. But here we are. It's evolving. And in the days of those gramophone and in the days of cassettes and CDs, we had copyrights stolen from many of the creative artists to the extent that they cannot benefit. They look like paupers, even though they are entertaining us. But now, with streaming, what has happened is that we are able to, they can get something, right? Even though what they are getting, it can be better. Because as our as our the co-founder of Music Tech Nigeria said, we are the hub of entertainment globally now, Afrobeats. And it's on that note I'd like to welcome someone who understands the merger and the marriage between music and technology to give our keynote address. She's passionate about creating impact through technology, innovation, and education. As the COO of Semicolon, She's driving digital transformation in Africa by building tech-focused talent and businesses. She coordinates Semicolon's work to train talent and help companies access the right talent or the right learnings to build their technology. Ashley has 2 decades. That's the part that interests me. You and I share something in common. What we call on this side baby face. You don't look like you have 2 decades. That's what I mean. And please, we have to appreciate her because she came wearing our own. Some of us here. Yeah, she came wearing Ankara. And I tried my best too. Like, it is a fusion of music and tech. So I thought, let me combine a bumper with Ashoke. And then denim with Ashoke. People would think, if it was before, they would think I was a masquerade. But now, that's what we see. Please help me welcome Ashley, who loves to read, dance, teach, and learn new things. And she's going to teach us a lot of new things. She's also the CEO of EFI EFINA, yeah, an organization championing inclusive finance and innovation in Nigeria's financial sector. She started her career with IBM Global Business Services and primarily working on projects for the U.S. Agency for International Development. That's USAID. I almost said HIV. Please welcome, with a loud applause, our keynote speaker, Ashley Emmanuel. Because she's wearing Ankara, please let the applause be louder. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, Caro. So, thank you. Do I have a clicker for the slides? I can give you one if we don't. It's a pleasure, thank you, to be here this morning. And you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So you can click down a few times. I've already been introduced in detail, so I won't rehash my bio again, but you're welcome to call me Ashley or Luakiami or Iyaitinu. All right, you can go to the next slide, please. You'll have to click a few times because I put animation in these. Click, click, click. Thank you. So just to give you context about why I'm speaking. So it's very interesting for me to be here because my background is not in the music space or the creative space. I am a consumer, an enjoyer, a fan of your collective work, but an admirer. Thank you very much. But I'm not, I don't have a creative industry background. I'm here because we at Semicolon have a vision that Africa will be home to a talented, thriving technology community. And we realize that there's potential to build our human capital, the future workforce of the world actually here in Africa, but also to drive innovation that cuts across all sectors, including, of course, the creative industry. And I learned last week actually that the creative industry is the second biggest employer of labor in Nigeria. So this is a very important sector in many ways. I think art has value beyond the economic value, but the meaningfulness of dignified work and livelihoods that it also brings is important. So we, at Semicolon, we train software engineers. We're really focused on building our talent pool. We provide technology services through labs. So we build solutions for innovators who maybe have industry expertise but need a tech team to help them design and build what they're envisioning. Or they need to outsource some engineers, for example. And then we do a lot of work around innovation and venture building. Hacker houses, hackathons, training for startups, working with some business schools, getting startups to that stage of investment readiness and launch, etc. Okay, so the topic I was asked to talk about today, sorry. We're thinking about the creative future in Nigeria. And I think this is a question for us all to reflect on. And one thing I love about this initiative is the quarterly meetings and bringing stakeholders together in settings like this. So it's a question for us to answer. Some things that come to mind for me, and I think in this room we'll come up with more, right? When I think about the vision for Nigeria's creative future, I think about thriving, right? I think about creating opportunity, creating prosperity. I also already made reference to things like job creation, which is, I think, quite critical objective for us. But we need to create opportunity pathways for our young people to do meaningful, impactful, dignified work, right? But I also think art, the role of art in society really can't be overlooked. So we also think about art that's meaningful, right? There's meaning beyond jobs and money in the sector. And I think about diversity, right? So we don't want to just, in fact, I'll give you a story. I'm part of an association called Niger Wives, foreign women married to Nigerian men. Yes, we have a formal association. I'm the president for Lagos branch. And we do many things, but one is supporting charitable causes. We have a Braille book production center we support here. And we participate in an annual event called Small World Charity Fundraiser. I choreograph for our group. We do a stage performance. And we were looking for, every year we sit down and we plan and we try to find some songs that we're going to dance to. And every year because we're women and it's the event is centered around international women's groups, we try to include at least one female artist. And when I searched for a song that is current and trending, that is fast, because it's at the end, I want it to be the fastest, and is sung by a female, very difficult to find that, right? Just a woman of all the artists that we have. So we want to think about not just gender, regional, we have so many, over 250 languages, I believe, maybe 500, are all of those cultures being represented. So how can music tech enable this vision? Like I said, you probably have more of your own visions, right? How do we make this our individual and collective visions come to fruition via technology? And there are just a few things I will touch on. One, of course, is learning. So this is where I started because that's really dear to my heart, right? We're focused on building our human capital. And we know that technology can be a tool to enable learning. So in the past, we may have had young people in the village who didn't have access to go to a good quality music school or program. Now, if they have devices, if they have connectivity, if they use it well, they can learn music theory, right? They can get exposed to history of music, for example, or other creative forms, but I'll focus on music for today's session. They can build their skills. So when I, in the intro reference 20 years of experience, 20 years ago, when I was interning for a PR firm in New York City, one of the clients created a software called Carry a Tune. And this was a CD-ROM based software you install in your computer. You probably had to buy the microphone along with the kit to plug into the computer. And then you would sing, and the computer would tell you if you're on key or off key, basically. And at the time, that was actually kind of advanced technology. Because before that, people would be singing, they would be off key, they wouldn't know unless they have an honest friend. And the reason that obviously didn't happen enough, and that's why we had all of those videos on American Idol or Nigerian Idol, right? So we can now use technology to build our skills in different ways as well, performing arts, creative arts skills. We also can broaden our artists' horizons, right? So it's difficult for Nigerian artists, perhaps, to go to, I don't know, choose a country, to go to China, to go to Paris, to go to the US, to go to the Caribbean, to go to Latin America, and go into cafes and hear artists perform live. But now we can increasingly simulate those experiences. Of course, music can easily be shared across borders with increasingly good quality, right? And we can take feedback. So if I produce a song, we all know, I think artists and software engineers, one thing they have in common is that they all fall in love with their babies, right? Anything that we produce, it's a human bias actually. When we make something, we think it's great. But is it always great? No. And it's usually not great the first time. So we can also have access to a wider range of feedback. Not just our mother who's going to tell us it's great, or our sister who's going to tell us it's great. We can learn. Learning happens in feedback, right? So learning is one category in which tech can really enable creative industries. Another, of course, is production. I think this is probably a bit of an obvious one, right? So we can use technology to be producing songs. We can use technology to collaborate. We can be mixing a lot of things much more easily. I won't spend a lot of time on this because I think it's probably more known. And also, of course, the feedback, right? Still taking feedback from fellow artists, etc. Of course, distribution, right? I'm sure most of us have a device with us that enables us to stream some kind of music, right? And the MC had taken us through some of that history. When I was a child, if I liked a song, I either had to go to the music store, purchase the CD, or when it played on the radio, if I was very fast, I can run to the tape recorder and you press record. And you always miss the first 2 seconds of that song. And if the DJ talks in the end, you're going to hear that DJ for 2 years because it's your favorite song, right? So now things have evolved quite a bit in terms of our distribution. But also distribution in many forms, right? So we don't just hear music through our own personal devices. It's through DJs at events. It's many different forms of distribution that can be enabled technically, but also in terms of business models. So the next I will touch on is the business challenges. And this is an interesting space where I think we have a lot of opportunity for local innovation. So financing, right? I would still guess, like I said, I'm not in the music space, but there are probably a lot of people who are looking for financing to get their art produced and out there in some capacity, right? And that is something that can still continue to be innovated around, right? We have some existing models that work, but how can we democratize access to artists through innovating here? And in fact, we have in this row a team of people who've come through semicolon training who in our Hacker House last week created an innovative solution to enable artists to sort of crowdsource via blockchain technology. So potential investors can come in and then be paid future royalties. It's managed on the blockchain. It's easy, it's transparent, it's feasible. Technology is enabling a business solution. Right? Our various operations, of course, there are always operational pain points, and I'm sure that those who are in the industry, you have your pains, right, that we deal with every day in running our businesses. So those pain points, many of them we can innovate around. Not all of the solutions have to be technology driven, but many of them can be, right, or technology supported. Of course, intellectual property, it continues to be a challenge. When our MC was recounting history of music, me too, I remember that time in the US, so I went to university in the United States, and at that time everybody used Kazaa. So you could, or I think there's LimeWire, there's Napster, places where you download, you would get a virus and the computer would crash, right? But at that time the streaming had gone ahead of the intellectual property management, right? So we'll continue to have intellectual property challenges, place that we can innovate. Any unsolved problem is something local innovators can come in and solve. And then, of course, compensation, right? So do we have perfect formulas for compensating everybody in every case? No. That means that there's an opportunity, right? So what are some of our risks with technology? I think we also know these, right? Of course, piracy, theft. When people, however many decades ago, were going to Fela's shrine and listening live, there's not somebody can't set up another shrine down the road. It won't be authentic. It won't be the same. They can draw inspiration. They could maybe imitate him, but it's different. As we digitize more and more, it becomes easier to replicate. It becomes easier to copy. It becomes easy to take an artist's voice and now recreate that voice in songs that he or she did not sing, right? It becomes easier to create a video, a deep fake video of an artist in a music video. That never really happened, right? So we need to be thinking about these risks and ethical considerations. And just as technology introduces or enables those risks, so too technology can be used to address those risks, although some other things will need to happen as well. And then I call this AI slop. There might be a better term, but just a whole bunch of junk being put out there, which I think we're starting to see. Where forecasts, I've forgotten the exact data point, but I saw something the other day that predicted maybe half of the content on the internet in the relatively near future is just going to be junk produced by AI. And it's not something that we want to see, but the economic systems of our current social media platforms have been created to enable this. So that's something, once again, that we'll have to just be thinking about, right? What does the future look like in this real context? We can't go to the past. How do we thrive in the future? And I would say, I put a question mark here. This is something for us to think about. In an attention economy, do our incentives take us away from the art? And I think this has probably always been a point of tension in artistic creative spaces, right? The phrase selling out has been used for years, right? Are we doing art for its artistic value or for money? Of course, those things don't have to be mutually exclusive, but is there a risk that financial incentives, or increasingly the way that algorithms are managing and paying for attention, is that going to distort our incentives, including of our artists? Is it going to take the real art that we actually value as society, is it going to pull us away from that and just show us a whole bunch of undressed people holding dollars and singing about Yesh, right? I think we're halfway there. So it's something for us to think about. I would say that, so at this point, one thing we can reflect on, in my view, is this question about where are we going. So I like this comic. The person presenting says, the good news is we're moving very fast, and everybody claps. Yay, we're moving fast. And the bad news, we're heading in the wrong direction. And has anybody been in a team where this has happened? Or you've seen this happen, right? We're working hard, we're hitting our KPIs, but we're going the wrong direction. So I think one reason I like these convenings is I think we have to continue to ask ourselves, what is our purpose? What is our why? Why are we creating art, right? Individually and collectively. We want to start with this why. What does success look like? We know that software engineers can be great, and they can be passionate, and they can be innovative. But they can fall into the trap of being technology-driven, meaning, oh, we have these great AI capabilities. I'm going to create a new solution. AI can do this. Let me turn this into a product and throw it out into the market, right? We don't want to be product-driven. At Semicolon, the people who have gone through my training know we spend a long time killing you, telling you don't be product-led, be solution-driven. I punished you with a lot of design thinking classes because we want to start with the problem. We want to fall in love with our problems and create solutions around it. So as we are using technology to create solutions in the creative industry, we still want to always combat, and as we're using technology to create art or to enable art, we want to come back to the why, right? Start with those objectives, and then how do we use technology to enable that? So in closing, some things that I would encourage us to reflect on. So we see this future, thriving, talented, creative economy, right? That's that we want to have in Nigeria. And I think it's quite possible, and we've seen momentum. But I think we're going to need to continue to have some intentional and active discussions about that purpose, that future, what we want it to look at. So I think that we should come together and have that conversation. What do we want our future creative economy to be? Yes, we want to drive prosperity, but what's perhaps the artistic value? What's the value to society, right? Do we want to have thousands of songs produced that do make some money, but they all sound the same, and they're all covering the same inane topics, and are objectifying women, are glorifying drugs, right? Thank you, I even forgot about the drugs. Are glorifying pursuit of wealth at all costs, are glorifying Yahoo, right? 419. Is that, do we find value in that? Is that the only way to go? I would say no, right? We can come back. We still listen to Fela's songs. Why? Because there's value, because they're timeless. But also, where's today's Fela? I don't know. I'm not saying it's not out there, but have we solved our political problems? Do we still need voices to talk about real issues, perhaps? Right? So I think we also need to talk about our values and our ethics, and talk about. I forgot who it was. Maybe Roosevelt. Somebody said, as humans, we design our buildings, and thereafter they design us. Right? We're going to design our systems for creation and distribution and consumption of music. And we want to design them intentionally to align with our values, right? If not, and we have this issue with social media generally, but we certainly want to think about this in the creative space as well. So I think we need to spend time on ethics and values and things like that, right? Of course, as I mentioned, I think there's a lot of potential. I threw up a few brand names quickly when I talked about distribution on the slide, so I could have some graphics. Spotify, Apple Music. Were those produced here? No. Right? Are they consumed here? Yes. So I think that there is a lot, how else are we consuming music and digital content? TikTok, Instagram, maybe Twitter, X, etc. Those solutions were not built here. We have a space, not necessarily social media platforms or streaming channels, but we have, I think, opportunity to create a lot more of the enabling solutions for a creative economy in Nigeria that can be used here, but used across the world as well. And so I think that there's a lot we can do to enable our local innovators. I love, through this Music Tech Nigeria vision and programming, that there are things like hackathons included in the plans. So are we inspiring our innovators? Are we building their skills around innovation? And then what I've learned in working with early stage innovators is that they're great and passionate, but they need a lot of support. It's a very, very long journey. Even for those of us who started the route of entrepreneurship as experienced professionals with access to resources is difficult. So it's very difficult for young people. We need to create structures and programs to really enable and support them if we want those solutions to launch and grow. And that will include the established industry players to be actively involved and supportive. And then, of course, we need to be keeping an eye on our risks, right? We can't pretend they don't exist. We have to be, we're in an uncomfortable period of increasingly rapid change. We're in a volatile, uncertain environment, right, context. So that's our reality. We need to lean into the skid a little bit with things like AI, with things like intellectual property concerns and so forth. Address that head on, figure out what the risks really are, what actions do we need to take collectively to mitigate them. All right, well, thank you very much. I will close here. I've put up a QR because we're a learning organization. I always take feedback when I speak. You can share like 30-second feedback form if you would like, but also if you want to connect on LinkedIn or if you want to just be aware of future programs that Semicolon holds, you can drop your contact info there. So thanks again very much for including me. I'll have to give my apologies. I need to be in Yaba Tech by 12. So I'm going to have to run out very quickly. I wish I could stay on later. But I really look forward to staying engaged with future Music Tech Nigeria programs. So I hope to see all of you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just before you go, I think it's only ideal that you take pictures with the, yes, Dr. Chinedu and Mr. Mike Odion. Can we get them, Demlade pictures? Please, sir. How long have you been in Nigeria? Wow. I know. You know, it just occurred to me when she was giving. Her name is Oluwakemi, right? Mama Itunu. Please, once again, a round of applause for her. You are more Nigerian than many. Won't take picture because she has to dash out. Okay. And while that is going on, I will take recognitions of certain eminent personalities that are here with us. Um, okay. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Eddie Lawani. Oh, here comes Dr. Chinedu. And a round of applause for Mr. Ife Omorugbe. Okay, maybe I should wait so that we can see them in person. Thank you so much for your address. And I like as you identify that Africa is the home for talented, thriving technology communities. And truly, with the youngest population on earth, that is the goal. And for your thought-provoking session here, and thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, back to the recognitions. Please, if you're present, as soon as I call your name, kindly show with a wave of the hand or by standing. I just hope that you will not do the Anglican mother style. Oh, you're curious? The Anglican mother style. When you say, please help me welcome our mommy, Mrs. So. They'll stand and they will go, pray. They will never get to the S. The Lord. And they will not get to the D as well. Especially those from the southwest. I'm not Southwestern people gave me wife. I'm not abusing anybody, please. So don't do that style. Just stand, wave or something, and so we know that you're truly in the room. I've been given a list to quickly acknowledge and recognize. Please, first on my list is the foremost showbiz executive in Nigeria, Eddie Lawani. Please, a round of applause for Eddie Lawani. So I know you because we did see for a hotel where I don't want to cast you. He's seated right there. Please, a round of applause for him. He produces most of the iconic events that come out of Nigeria. I mean, a hotel. What's the name of this award we do now? AMVCA, amongst many others. Please, once again, a round of applause for him. Okay, CEO. This is the challenge with our handwriting sometimes. Is this Now Music or Now? Oh, great, thank you. Ife Omorugbe, please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Laolu Akins. I am sorry, sir. I read it with the Yoruba voice of my wife. If I had known, I'll just say Akins. And then Mayo Ailara. Thank you very much. Ailaron. Thank you. Wow. Is it great for me? Please, can you both just stand so we can acknowledge you properly, both of you? Thank you. You can tell that they have been doing this thing a long time. Okay, I think that's about it, and I want to move on to the next thing on the agenda. Thank you. We have people streaming online, and some of our speakers, or yeah, will also be online. And the first person would like to take for about 4 minutes is Ayomiposi Feyi Shekemi. Please, a round of applause for Ayomiposi Feyi Shekemi as she gives a remark. Technical team, we need our image and sound. Okay. Anybody here from the Council for Creative Technology Futures? Also not here. It's interesting that just a few days ago, today is the 3rd, right? On the 1st of October, the National Art Theatre was rededicated and renamed. Please once again put your phones on silent or vibrate so that anything from there do not distract us, and then avoid embarrassment for yourself. Thank you. I was talking about the creative. It is now to be known as the Wole Soyinka Center for Art and Creativity, right? That's it. And we're having this just on the eve of that. I see that indeed it is time for Nigeria and in Africa to rise to its creative throne, if you allow me to use the word. Okay. Is Feyi Shekemi ready? Somebody's in another meeting and they are clapping in that meeting and we can hear here. Technical team, please, I'm looking at you. Nobody's answering me. Ayomiposi is the. Oh, so I need to turn up my mic.
Oh, Lord. Good morning. Am I audible? I can't hear anything anymore, just to be sure. So I have no sound from the audience, but I hope you guys can hear me. Not sure if I should keep speaking or I should hang on a bit. Okay, so I think everyone can hear me. I just can't hear you guys. So I'll just continue. Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here. My name is Ayo. Full name is Ayo Posi, but you can call me Ayo, just to make it short and brief. I'm the founder of Zono Media. I'm also a marketing strategist. I've worked across tech and also entertainment. And today I was invited to speak about branding, something that I'm quite passionate about. So just think of this as a short field guide, what we have, where we are, what to do so people anywhere in the world can find it, trust it, and buy it, right? So let's get started into the reality. It's no longer news that the world is paying attention to us in Nigeria. Our music is traveling fast. Our tech innovation is traveling far and wide. And our sound is everywhere. Our tech products are solving real life problems, technical problems. So the demand exists. It's not like it's not inexistent, but our experience is not very consistent yet. So take for instance, an artist goes viral on TikTok, yet you want to get a ticket to the artist's show, but you struggle to find your way around that because clicking on the bio, you're not exactly sure if you can see the ticket or, where exactly to go. It's the same thing. A fintech ships a solid product, yet you go on their homepage and it doesn't say exactly who the product is for, who it's targeting. They are trying out or talk to sales, or the usual call to action. It's lost. You can't find it, and that's the gap that the branding problem is trying to bridge. So it's not a talent problem. The talent exists. The products are good. The branding is the problem, right? And when we talk about branding, it's not just about the flashy logo, the color palettes, the cool mesh. It's not just about that. Branding is translation. Branding should answer 4 questions instantly. From somebody in London, in Berlin, in Austin, you should be able to answer, what is this? Who is it for? Why should I believe in it? And why do I try to buy from you right now? If you have those answers very clear, then exporting a product or a service feels almost very, very natural. So I move on to the next thing. A bunch of time when we're trying to attract the international market or export our product and our services or even something else, we try to fit more into the culture of those people. In that, the originality is being lost, right? But I want to say today that in whatever that we do, we should never, ever, ever water down the culture. We can fix the friction and then, keep our sound fresh, keep the stories nice, keep the identity cool. But what we should never do, what we should never do is lose our identity or lose the core of our culture. Branding comes when we're able to package this product, this service for each market. So say, for instance, you want to, you want your music to travel from Africa all the way to, let's say, Spain or anywhere in Europe or North America. People are doing things like collaboration these days. You're not trying to sound like an European, or you're not trying to sound like an American. The reason why people are looking for us is because they've been able to, key into what we're offering, the Afrobeat, the music, the story, the product. So when you're packaging and you want to be able to penetrate into that market, that's where the collaboration come in. And that's where you find out that what some of our artists are currently doing. The partner with DJs, in that part of the world. And then the DJ is able to, put together something nice, and we have the global music. And we've been able to see that with a couple of our artists who have been able to partner well with, international DJs, international artists. So the originality is still there while still being able to penetrate into another market. One thing I know for sure is that when you're trying to gain the trust of new consumers, it's easier when you're leveraging on a platform that already exists. You're leveraging on something that already exists. Case in point, this collaboration that I'm talking about. We've seen Davido collaborate with Chris Brown. Chris Brown has his fan base in North America already. So myself as a Chris Brown fan, I want to listen to his music. Now he's in collaboration with this African artist whose sound is fresh, whose sound is crisp. With that collaboration, I can then try to dig deeper into who this person is, who this artist is, and what they have to offer. What's bringing me to this artist is the collaboration. It's the fact that somebody that I'm already familiar with is able to draw in this new attention, and I'm able to, make sense of everything. So what we should be doing when it comes to branding is not to change who we are. It's not to change our story. It's to be able to collaborate so that we can penetrate into other markets. Moving on, I'll always say clarity wins. So claim your category, and whatever product or service that you're offering, you should be able to say 5-word promise people can repeat. For music, for instance, we can try something like Afrobeat for stadium moments worldwide. And for tech, you can try something like maybe payments that works across Africa. The point is, whatever your product is, you should be able to deliver your promise to your consumers, to the people that you're trying to reach in 5 words. It should be short, memorable, sweet. You don't have to explain, oh, sorry about that. The whole, you don't have to open a whole book and read like a whole monologue or prologue before the person you're trying to speak to or the consumers you're trying to relate with can understand what your product does and can understand what your services are. So people buy when the risk is low. Like I said earlier, our risk appetite isn't the greatest as humans generally. So in music, put playlist placement, sync wins, streams by country, and city level ticket demands where eyes land first, right? And in tech, you're talking about certification, customer logos, buyers respect, and outcomes with numbers. I say to people all the time, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. When you're trying to convince those people to invest in your product, in your service, you're backing it up with numbers that actually work. You're not making up, I'm the biggest artist in Africa, or I'm the biggest artist in Lagos. There are statistics to back it up, right? These are the things that is going to lure people in other parts of the world to be able to say, okay, this is something that is worth investing in. And it's also part of the branding. You don't want to come off as, it's just all talks, no figures, no actions. It should all be backed up by data, or it should be backed up by numbers. The numbers do the magic. The logos are nice, the meshes are nice, but when it comes to money, when it comes to, collaborations, investments, people who want to put money in whatever product or whatever service are more interested in numbers. How does this also translate into benefit for them? And like I said before, can you hear me? Am I still audible? I saw a message in the chat, was why I was asking. Like I said before, the fastest way to trust is through partners. So your audience already believes in these people. In music, that looks like, the right collaboration, a festival slot, creators challenge. You have platforms like TikTok, Instagram. You have people who do this full time. Now they can create content. So, and then when it comes to tech, you are looking like things like listings on major cloud market spaces, integrations with payment networks, and co-marketing with bigger platforms. A Lagos indie artist who pairs with a Spanish DJ, breeds creator properly, and then lands a mid-tier festival can stream up in Madrid or Lisbon or even Portugal. And then when it's time for their show, the tickets are in demand. A payment startup that partners with a respected integrator, let's say in North America or in Europe, will see buyers take the first call. So with design part, like, I like this too, I paid for it. So the flow seems it will seem very smooth and seamless. Artists should use one smart link to route to the right streaming page. Follow button, exact ticket city, add QR code on the posters that jumps directly to the city page. Startups should put a try now sandbox or talk to sales or calendar right above the fold, and then add like a 90 seconds product tour that answers the three most important questions about their products. Okay, so just to round up this very quickly, I'd say that there should be like a simple 90 days plan. And then month one, we're talking about fixing the message and the proof. Write 5 words, promise. Refresh the press kit and the home page. Choose your 3 proof points and put them in front rather. Month 2, work on distribution. Choose one collaboration or marketplace listing that actually opens up region. Brief 5 creators with a clear call to action, and then localize the press kit for 2 target markets. Month 3, we can then talk about conversion. We're tightening the link journeys, we're aligning regional pricing, and we're making the try now or the pre-ticket sales flow smoothly. And then we review this numbers weekly, and then we adjust accordingly. I'll close with this. We as Nigerians, we don't lack the story, we don't lack the skills. We're rich when it comes to the story, we're rich when it comes to the skills. But what branding does is it removes the last mile of friction so people anywhere can discover it, trust it, and buy it. And then we are able to keep the culture and then fix the friction. It's not about what we don't have. We already have these things. It's more about what we need to move to the next level. And that's where branding comes in. And we're able to put this together successfully to be able to reach the people that we're trying to reach and have the right collaborations. Thank you.
Check. Oh, this is not loud. All right. Please, can she hear me? Please let her know that she's gotten a round of applause before, but I'll make people give another one. So please, once again, a round of applause for excellence. Branding ourselves for global markets and acceptance. That's, I think, essentially what she spoke about. And she has said it so perfectly. Right now, I'd like to go to our guest speaker, who will be speaking on innovation at the crossroad, what Nigeria can learn from the global music tech ecosystem, focusing on lessons from music Europe applied to Nigeria's emerging music tech space. And I think that the person who is speaking is just apt for it. But just before then, I'd like to welcome and recognize Mr. Obi Asika, who walked in whilst the session was on. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Obi Asika. You know, there are some people that you call them doyens in accounting. That's the Akintola Williams.
Before you spoil it, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I have to do this properly before we are fined. Ladies and gentlemen, most of us do not know that the National Council for Arts and Culture is a major sector for the government. And everything that has to do with music is under the NCAC. And so it's a very big privilege to have Chief Obi Asika, who's the Director General, the NCAC, and he's in charge of everything music in this country. So I had to put that in proper perspective, otherwise I go answer query. Welcome, sir. And once again, we say a very big happy birthday to him as well. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Mauga. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, sir. I hear Sir Oris asking you why you're not doing party. Is this why you are sharing the... so rice and stew very plenty on you, sir. Okay. On to the next. Thank you. I mean, it was just right that. Yes, our guest speaker. Well, in developing our own innovation is not creating something that never existed. For what I learned, innovation is seeing what exists and improving on it, but adding your own originality or your own genius to it. And so we want to learn from the music tech space in Europe and see how we can adapt it here in Nigeria. And that's on that note, I welcome the co-founder Music Tech Europe, Ivan Baudelet. Ivan Baudelet. Oh yes, Ivan, your round of applause.
Hello, hello. I cannot hear you anymore, but I guess I'm in now. Okay, amazing. I cannot be with you today, but I'm with you with my heart and soul. I was also already so inspired by all the words shared by the other speakers. I celebrate with you today the launch of Music Tech Nigeria, which means a lot to me personally as a music professional over the past 20 years, and means a lot for us, the Music Tech Hubs community across Europe and across the globe. This whole story started, I guess, maybe Michael or Shinedu, you can say a few words after that, but it all started a long time before, but a part of the history started in Norway last year, sitting down with Shinedu and Michael, with my dear colleague Jérôme, who I think will speak later today, talking about our initiatives in Europe and how we believe that this also could rise from Nigeria, and Nigeria could become also not only a vibrant music innovation hub, but an inspiration for all of us. So I just wanted to say that before talking about us, because today it's about you, your community, your ecosystem that will, I guess, lead also the way moving forward. I will share some few thoughts and also experience from what we've developed over the years with Music Tech Europe, and hopefully it could give you some interesting insights on your way forward for Music Tech Nigeria to thrive and to develop its own way and as part of a global movement. So let me share some few slides. I have asked to share my screen if possible. If not, no worry. So first, about the inception of Music Tech Europe and what do we do and who we are. It all started almost 10 years ago. Some of us locally in Germany, in France, and elsewhere, we started as music innovators, startups, research people, music industry people. At that time, I was part of EMI Music, leading the digital activities there in France. And we were organizing some gatherings, some meetups to understand better each other across the ecosystem, but also how we could help each other and how we could develop as an ecosystem, which is now maybe a term that means a lot, but at the time, 8 years ago, it was still vague because we are used to talk about the music industry or sometimes the music sector or the tech, and it used to be at a point something aside, tech here and music somewhere here. And it was sometimes a partnership, but most of the time misunderstanding, I would say. And we were trying to develop bridges and cooperation, and we were trying to figure out how. And we all started with associations, non-profit association from France, from Germany, Music Tech Germany, and elsewhere. And it was mostly a support network principle. Oh, here we go. I can share my screen now. Okay. Here we go. Yes. So here you see the map, and I'll come to that later on. So And so we started as a support networks. What does it mean? It started as, let's have music founders, music innovative companies, including startups mostly at the beginning, build up on relationships and sharing knowledge. Knowledge is key, absolutely key. Sharing opportunities, sharing potential struggles and issues, but also how to leverage the community to make an impact, also to have opened some doors at the industry level and at the policy and institutional level to get not only funding, but to get partnerships and to develop cooperation. Some key words that are really core to everything we do at Music Tech Europe and at every hub of the network are the following principles and core pillars of what we do. Cooperation between research, between technologists, between industry stakeholders. And when I say industry stakeholders, it's the vast value chain from music publishers, CMOs, labels, distributors, festivals, venues, arenas, and obviously managers and artists who are core to everything. And cooperation is the root of our approach and the root of what we do. Then a big one, which I think emerged more recently, but to me, it could be potentially the root of everything. It's education. What do I mean by education? It's mostly knowledge sharing and capacity building. I strongly believe that technology is a tool of capacity building for the music sector, meaning helping accessibility and help to get access to knowledge, get the different stakeholders to grow and thrive. But also for the music technologists, so startup, education is a matter of understanding the needs and the complexity sometimes of the music sectors to better serve it. So it's not an opposition, it's not about disruption, it's about solutions. And to build the best solution for some potentially complex problems, you need to understand them. So education comes then with dialogue. It's a super important part of what everything we do now at Music Tech Europe is organizing that connection and dialogue for the different stakeholders to better understand each other. So it leads to cooperation. And at the end of the day, to experimentation, which is another layer, and an achievement is impact and change. It's a matter of transformation. Everything innovation is about a profound and continuous transformation of the sector. So here you see the map of our existing network with different part of Europe represented and actively part of our community. Interestingly, I will give you some examples of different hubs we got here, also to see the diversity of approach that compose what Music Tech Europe is all about. Music Tech France, Music Tech Hub in Spain, and Music Tech Germany, and now also are mostly music technologists, music tech startups, and sometimes research labs, building a network to support each other, to develop, to share knowledge and shared opportunities, and also to have a voice towards the industry and the institution and the policymakers. When it comes to the latest members who joined the movement, including Music Tech Netherlands and Music Tech Belgium, interestingly, part of the networks there and the local hub, you have some music venues, music festivals, who are deeply involved in innovation at their core. And so it's a new breed of music tech hubs, and I truly believe in that new framework of music innovation. And I guess this is exactly what the founders of Music Tech Nigeria described as the DNA of their initiative. It's an inclusive approach of innovation. You have also Music Tech UK, which are quite new, but already super structured in terms of also insights. They released super interesting reports about over the past months. One about funding, one about gender balance in the music innovations landscape. As part of Music Tech Europe, it's interesting also to note that we have two hubs who are not composed by startups, like Music Innovation Hub in Italy, in Milano, and Meso in Athens, in Greece. And those two are quite heavily involved in social impact and sustainability, and they approach innovation as a path for change and a path for equality and a path for diversity. Music Innovation Hub, they organize a conference called Linecheck, and I'm going to be there in a few months. And we're gonna kickstart there the first leg and the first inception of our forum on AI and music. And I hope that next year we can have an edition of this forum about AI and music in Lagos or somewhere else as part of Music Tech Nigeria with a partnership. Talking about the rest of the globe, the planet is quite vast. So here it's not an exhaustive list. It's just some of the existing hubs we have connection with already. You can see Mustache. Mustache is in Chile, and they are quite a leading player in the music innovation space in Latin America. They started really early. Music Tech Brazil emerged really recently as Music Tech India and Music Tech Japan. We all share the same values, which are cooperation, education, and an inclusive approach of innovation. And last but not least, I'm so proud to see now Music Tech Nigeria part of this global movement, and I'm sure we're going to develop great synergies moving forward. So what do we do? So in a more concrete way, some of the activities we are running are events because we need, as I said earlier, we need to foster and to sparkle knowledge sharing and cooperation. And sometimes events like the one today are the best platform to make this happen. So part of the network, we already have some, it's not proprietary, but some of the hubs of the network of Music Tech Europe already organize key music innovation events across the year. We have Athens Music Week organized by Meso in Athens. Music Tech France has the opportunity this year to organize a Music Innovation Day as part of the France Music Week, which was a French event on music organized by impulsed by the president of France. So it was quite important and high level and quite political as well. Walifornia is the event organized by our partner in Belgium. Music Frontiers is organized by Music Tech Germany, and Linecheck is organized by Music Innovation Hub in Milano. Also, we have some close relationship with some key music events across Europe, including Eurosonic in Groningen, Netherlands, Sonar in Barcelona, Slush, and I cannot say enough that we will be really, really keen to develop close relationship and potential partnership in the same way with Nigeria moving forward, so we can share knowledge, share opportunities, and design together the future of music tech. Other activities we are putting together with some public funding are the two below Music Tech Europe Academy and Live MX project. Music Tech Europe Academy is a music acceleration program, and we bring on the road 10 music startups each year, and across really music and live, music and rights management, music and health, music and gaming, and it's public funded by it's funded by the EU, and we are not only bringing the startups to key events, but we also offer them some mentorship and education about the music industry and how to navigate and how to make an impact. Live MX, it's a project that we are glad to be part of, and we released two initiatives already. One was a report on AI in the live music space, and the second one is ongoing, and it's a study and about discoverability and diversity of music in the age of AI and algorithmic recommendation. Another thing that I think would be interesting to take into consideration as you develop at Music Tech Nigeria, and I'm glad to see that you got a lot of different stakeholders of the music, the Nigerian music ecosystem today with you for this historic launch. It's institutional relationship and policy. I'm glad to say that now Music Tech Europe is a voice among the music stakeholders in Europe. Recently, we co-signed a statement with most of the music stakeholders in Europe in favor of a European music strategy, alongside songwriters, CMOs, labels, and you name it, and also music academics and Music Tech Europe is glad and really proud to be part of this. So innovation and technology can be part and has to be part of the music ecosystem consideration at a policy level. But also something that we think is really important to acknowledge is innovation belongs to music. So Music Tech and Music Tech Nigeria is not tech aside, it's tech within music. And this is a piece I brought to you. It's a piece we developed for some dialogue within Europe about AI, and it's our vision of AI across the different application of it. And this is also a conversation that we will be really, really happy to continue involving Music Tech Nigeria. And you see, thank you, Ashley, by the way, for your keynote, opening keynote. You mentioned different applications of technology, from education to potentially productivity and so on. This is our vision as well. Intelligence is another one. We can develop creative intelligence with AI. And obviously, there is a big question mark as well with technology as a path for discoverability. I know that the Nigerian music is now booming and is going everywhere from Nigeria to the globe, and still there are a lot of question mark with the impact of AI of that. I need to say as well that we care and we about ethical principles and ethical approach, and I'm glad to see that Martin Clancy is here today with us from AIOK. It will not be possible for us, I guess, to push the envelope of innovation, not only in Europe, but as a global community, without having close to our heart this principle of creativity first. And also, Ashley mentioned, I guess, technology with a purpose. And it really matters to me, and it matters to us, and I'm sure it will matter to you all at Music Tech Nigeria. And last but not least, I had to share an image, a picture of some musicians, and I'm French, so there is no better example of a French artist who are pushing the boundaries of, or used to push the boundaries of music using technology. Better examples than the Daft Punk. And as I already said to Michael, and he gently sent already some playlists to me, I'm so excited, and I cannot wait to see also Nigerian artists, the one who will reinvent not only music, but the way it is distributed, the way it is shared, the way it is it has an impact on our life, and the way it has an impact on culture. So this is more than a music tech topic; it's a cultural movement, and I'm glad to be here today, invited by you guys, because I have nothing to teach you, and I think it's something we will be together. And thank you again for having me, and long live to Music Tech Nigeria.
Thank you, Ivan, for your session. Thank you so much. Indeed, it is about cooperation, collaboration, and ensuring that the music space. I like what you said at some point. You said it's not technology outside of music, but technology in music. And it's exciting to know that Music Tech Nigeria has blazed the trail by bringing you on board. And thank you so much. Okay, moving on. I'd like to welcome the key partner. That's the word. Key partner of music tech in Nigeria. A solution that is changing the way advertisement spend is used or is adopted. It's really novel that now in Nigeria you can begin to earn from watching adverts as against just skipping and skipping and skipping. I'd like to welcome a brilliant lawyer. And in trying to welcome him, the first thing I thought was, there was a vacuum in entertainment law in Nigeria for a long time, and there was need for someone to rise up to the occasion. I said vacuum because the person who occupied was helping most entertainers at the time was my late senior and principal, Mr. Efere Ozako of blessed memory. And when Efere Ozako passed on, it seemed as if lawyers just wanted to eat banking and finance money and they didn't care about the entertainment industry. And there rose this person. He stood up and said, no way, entertainment is not just play. Serious business. And he began to assist entertainers, artists, and celebrities in ways that have helped them to earn more and be more relevant. I mean, the likes of Funke Akindele have benefited from him. So please help me welcome the CEO of Luli, a very good, highly cerebral, forward-thinking lawyer and now entrepreneur, Mr. Demilade Olaosun. Demilade, did you hire this crowd? Because the way they are clapping for you, you are the only one that has gotten this kind of applause. Please, once again, a round of applause for Demilade.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Chinedu and Mr. Michael for the opportunity given us as a company to be a part of this. Luli is originally conceived of to be an advert tech startup, but like we would typically say in the office, consumer behavior will sometimes determine how tech companies pivot, when they release their products into the market. I'd like to tell you a short story, very short story. When I was younger, I grew up in Ilesha in Osun State. My parents had a tailor that used to make our Christmas clothes. She'd make Christmas clothes for us, and we used to make the clothes 2 years in advance. So whatever clothes you make this year, just know that you will wear for the next 2 years. So it will typically be oversized, right? And then you grow into the dress. So we had this tailor that her name is Iyaferomi. Iyaferomi was the designated and the official family tailor. All right, my dad, my mom, everybody. When a woman can sew men's clothes and sew women's clothes, you can almost predict that the designs will be off key once in a while, right? So you would see me as a 6-year-old boy, I would look like my dad because the style is the same and all. And then there was Sadiq. Sadiq was a young chap that started learning, with Iyaferomi. And then it got to a point where Sadiq did what we call freedom, right? We had a party. I can remember the pounded yam we ate at Sadiq's freedom. And And then Sadiq then became our own tailor. You know, the children. It now got to a point in time that Sadiq would make clothes for my dad too. Because when boot cut started raining, if you remember the time when it was tight pants and very free M's, Iyafenranmi didn't understand it. She couldn't do it. But Sadiq did. And then Sadiq became Starboy. You know, after a while, Iyafenranmi had to find a way to start to direct some of our clients to Sadiq to say, you go make the dress. I go take percentage from the clients when I bring. You know, so they became collaborators. Together they built the fashion industry in Elisha. I don't know where it is right now, but I hope they're doing fine. Now that brings me to what Luli is about. We cannot have foreign solutions to local problems. Whatever issues we have, you know, within the ecosystem, within the creative ecosystem, over time, we have benefited from technology developed by people from outside Nigeria. As Ashley said in her presentation, you discover that about 90% of the distribution network for the music that we consume in Africa and all over the world are solutions built from outside Nigeria. So what that means is that revenue is typically taken outside. About 90 to 95% of revenue from ad distribution, from music promotion, they're taken out of the country. Now, whilst we're grateful for certain people that have taken the time to develop solutions that have assisted in, like we have a board there that has shown the evolution of music consumption. There are people that have dedicated their time, their resources to creating technology that made it easy for us to now be able to have hundreds of millions of creations on our smartphones, when it used to be that our gramophone and vinyl turntable stack used to be almost a full room, you know, in itself. So we're grateful, but it is time that we now began to create our own localized tech platforms that will customize the consumption of music, the distribution of music to our taste as a people. So with Luli, what we did was to say that in the entire ecosystem of advertising, everybody gets paid, but the people that matter the most. You know, a brand will say we want to create a TV ad. They would engage an influencer, pay the influencer millions of naira, then fly the influencer outside the country for a commercial shoot, and then bring it back, go to a production company, they will do the editing, and then you go to a TV station, right? You give a TV station the ad, they carry it, and then everybody. But the people to whom you are directing these adverts, they just watch and they roast, that's it. And we figured now that the entire budgetary spend for digital advertising in Africa alone is almost $2 billion US dollars. And in Nigeria alone, last year, was almost $1 billion, about $900 million. How do we begin to redistribute this income back into the Nigerian economy? About 85% of the revenue generated from digital economy is taken out of the country because YouTube, Google, Meta, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, all of these platforms are not locally owned. So when you have all of your content on them, the revenue that come, when they would split with us occasionally, so you have a few Nigerian influencers and celebrities that are benefiting from content creation. But it has come to a time where we must begin to control our narratives. While we continue to collaborate with these big organizations, let us redistribute the wealth. Let us create a new middle class. Can you imagine a situation where out of the $900 million that was spent on digital advertising in Africa, in Nigeria last year, if we redistributed 350 million, meaning that the average Nigerian gets to earn between 150,000 naira as passive income. I remember during lockdown, things were so tight that at the point in time, even some of us that were established, you know, we struggled. because our clients, I mean, like as the MC mentioned, I'm a lawyer by training, so I run an entertainment law firm. We weren't performing gigs, we weren't earning, so revenue kind of slowed down. And it occurred to me that there is a way that we can ensure that Nigerians do not get totally broke. Because when we say that we want talent to create, Ashley mentioned something during our presentation. Sorry that I'm taking you through this journey. And I want you to get the background into what we are doing so that you have a deeper understanding of it. Ashley mentioned that, are we compromising the quality of the arts at the altar of commercial exploitation? Because it has gotten to the point now in music where it is all about the numbers. People don't even care whether or not the music communicates deep things again. It used to be that we would write out quotes from songs. We used to have, I have a friend that all his Instagram captions are Jay-Z lyrics. You know, I have another friend who will always quote Orlando Owo, because this guy sat down, thought deeply to write songs. But right now we have a situation where, because an artist has signed a 4-album distribution deal with a music distribution company and collected advanced royalties that he has now used to buy Rolls Royce, he now needs to create at least 50 songs in 2 years for you. So he just goes into the studio, smokes something, and then just screams into the microphone and then gives you a why don't we create a system where these people can earn without having to compromise the value of the culture, the art? The only way that can happen is if we create an ecosystem by ourselves where the music spend can go around between the talents and the consumers. That's why we created Luli. Now, when we figured it out, we saw that advertisers can bring their monies Luli, they load it. We now broke it down. People can now earn per watch. So when you click on it, it comes. We created an in-app currency that we call the shekel. 1 shekel is 200 naira. So if you watch 20 videos, you earn 1 shekel. Now we've now made it such that brands can decide to vary the value per watch for the ad. Advertiser can come, they can say that we want our watchers to earn 1,000 naira for each watch, meaning that they would say the value per watch is 1 shekel, is 5 shekels, which is 200 naira times 5, right? So that's 1,000 naira. Now, when they earn and it goes into their sling. From your sling, you can do a direct transfer into your bank account. By version 2 that we're launching, you'd be able to buy data, you'd be able to buy airtime, you'd be able to pay for utilities, electricity bill, DSTV, all from monies that you earned from watching adverts. We're looking forward to collaborating with government institutions. Imagine a situation where the Central Bank of Nigeria released a policy document and the CBN governor said only 2,000 Nigerians opened the document. How do we even understand what the government is doing if the policy documents that they're releasing we're not reading? But it's also not our fault, because when you release an 100-page document that are filled with financial jargons, that by the third line, I'm feeling sleepy already. The way you can do that is to reduce all of these bulky documents into media content and then break them down into very easily consumable videos that people can watch and also earn from, because there is an emotional connectivity that happens when, in consuming your message, I also get a benefit. Now, that's all that we said to create with adverts. But we then realized that what we've created with adverts, oh, by the way, I must mention that this solution launched in May, and as I speak to you today, we are at 160,000 BVN verified subscribers. What that means is that everybody on Luli is a unique individual. Thank you very much. Everybody on Luli is a unique individual. So when you have, if you say you have 75,000 views, you can rest assured that it is not by artificial or bots or all this farming stuff that happen. Now, we then thought about it that if what we've created for adverts, why can't we create it for music, for movies, for podcasts, and for politics? And that is what MMP2 is all about. We're launching a new feature in Luli next month by the grace of God, where talents will now be able to load their videos on Luli. Now, the first thing is that when you watch videos on YouTube, after a certain threshold of watching, you'll be able to now start earning. It's usually a long, maybe a million, so I don't know what number of views. But on Luli, when you bring your adverts and you put, say, for example, you put a 350,000 naira budget on it, divide it by what I've broken down as per 10 naira per watch. We will take our platform charge, which is 30% of it, and then the rest is equally distributed amongst all watchers. So it means that if you do a million naira spend, for example, you can almost rest assured that you will get over 70,000 people that will watch that video. Now imagine if that view can count to your YouTube. Imagine that you have a podcast, that view can count to your Spotify. Imagine that you're an Instagram influencer and that view can count to your Instagram, to your TikTok, to your audio mark. These are the things that we're trying to create. We're trying to ensure that there is an exchange of value. And now, because we know that we just don't want people to come in and just consume ads or watch videos and go, we created something that we've called the tribe. We broke the entire economic ecosystem of the country down into 13 tribes. So you have the fast-moving consumer goods, you have arts and entertainment, you have sports, you have government. Everybody knows that the game of politics all over the world is a game of money. If you don't have money, you can't do politics, right? But they spend all these monies, and then what happens is that when it's a few days to the election, then they take 5,000 naira, 2,000 naira, go to the electorate and say, vote for us. And then it's 5,000 naira for the next 4 years, right? All of that needs to stop. The way to go about it is that the gladiators that are playing politics should take their time to create content and sell themselves to us. But while selling themselves to us, we should benefit from it. So that it's not just the politicians that are making money. Electorates are also cashing out. I hope that makes sense to Nigerians. Thank you very much. So this is what we've created. So for podcast creators, for movies, imagine that you create a movie and you want it to go on YouTube. We will celebrate 100,000 views after 6 months with Luli because we have such huge numbers and people are watching and they are making money. They will watch. Your ease of getting the numbers is much higher without having to farm, without having to have artificial intelligence boost up your numbers. This becomes a verifiable tool for people to have actual engagement. And we've now created a more sophisticated system that ensures that after an artist has spent a certain amount of money on Luli, he can now begin to sell badges that his fans would buy. So picture a scenario where Pastor Nathaniel Bassey, right, creates a tribe on Luli. He has 10,000 fans that have said, I'm signing up for Nathaniel Bassey's tribe. And we sell each badge for 3,000 naira. Don't forget, this is monies that people earn from watching adverts or from watching music videos, from watching movies. So it means that they don't mind playing around with it. So you call yourself a fan of an artist, you'll be able to publicly identify with that artist. So the badge stays just around your username. And then when we take our 30% platform charge, the rest goes to that talent. So picture our old and legendary performers that no longer have popping music because the current situation is that if you're not popping, you're not earning. But imagine nostalgic talent creators like Daddy here, Mr. Oris Wiliki, like Onkula Oluwekins. Imagine them now saying that I have a tribe of people that will contribute, that will pay 3,000 naira to publicly say that I am a fan of this person. If you're able to create 1,000 people, it means that on a monthly basis, you'll be doing about 2.1 million. If you have 10,000 people, you'll be doing about 20 something million. If you're one of the big boys, we're able to get 100,000 people, you'll be doing 200 million every month. Now, that is on monies that we've gotten from funds that would have been taken out of the country. At the end of the day, I spoke to a collection of chief marketing officers of companies in Nigeria last month, and I told them, I said, in the next 2 years, only two things will matter: numbers and engagement that you create. Follow us on this journey. Watch how we explode in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
That's how the entire ecosystem has been captured, from politics to podcasts to movies and music, and then on to the advertisements. Interesting, very interesting. Saorit, that interests you certainly, because I can imagine that your song there will gain so much watch and streams. Wow. Thank you so much, Dimladi, for that audacious dream and local solution to local problem in a way that the globe will have to come to bow and learn from us. Okay, we're going to the meat of the matter. One of the things we're going to do today is to have a conversation, a 45-minute conversation, I should say, where our moderator will govern or redirect the conversation on the critical matters that concerns us here. But before then, please, I'd like to quickly acknowledge and recognize and welcome a few people for their remarks. But I'll acknowledge this person first because I knew while I was an undergraduate law student at the Lagos State University, his notoriety has gone ahead of him because in 300 level I was studying, I was taking a course in intellectual property, and one of the names that was very, very loud in my class was his name, because he's probably one of the only ones who had published materials on that matter. Please help me acknowledge and welcome Professor Bankole Shodipo, the principal partner, Shodipo and Co. Thank you, sir, for coming here to be with us. Then I would welcome two people because of their involvement and the level of stake they have for their remarks so far before we go into the panel session. Help me welcome a name that needs no introduction, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture, Chief Obiasika, for his remarks for about 2 minutes. I saw his face. He said, "Wow, sir, it's how these matters concern you and how you lend your voice to what we're doing here with Luli or with Music Tech." Thank you, sir.
That's a full room. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, actually, I'm not surprised to be standing up because I kind of insisted I had to say something. So thank you to Chinedu and Michael. When I saw this Music Tech Nigeria launch, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. They sent me the flyer, and I was like, well, obviously I have to come here because there's no way you can launch this thing and I'm not here. Mahmood, good morning. You know, for a number of reasons. First of all, I just want to say that congratulations to everybody involved in launching this. I think it's very important, it's very timely, and it brings together two of the sectors that one has been working with for a long time, the Nigerian tech ecosystem. Unfortunately, I missed Ashley's keynote, but I've known her for a long time, so I'm pretty sure I know what she would have said. I think the key message is that, and some of it was sort of alluded to by the gentleman that spoke before about Luli, which is very interesting to hear him speak about the numbers. Nigerian content is not only attractive, it's actually exponentially growing to the extent that we just published, and maybe Chinedu, if you have that thing, you can please share it. So anybody who doesn't have a copy can get a copy. We published the first ever copy of the Nigeria Creator Economy Report, working with a company called Communicate out of Abuja, who do some great work in terms of economic and data analysis on what's happening in this ecosystem. And so this is about the business of music, the business of technology. And Nigerian content, what we've been able to gather so far is something like 5,000 pieces of content are being loaded every single day online. Depending who you talk to, it might be up to 3,000 to 5,000 songs every single day across all the DSPs that exist, and something like about 5,000 pieces of video content being put up by podcasters, creators across all platforms. Of course, you all know TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, which are probably the biggest ones here, X as well. But there's also platforms like Patreon and other platforms that are subscription based. If you write, Substack is a big place. People are monetizing from their blogs, from their essays, from their communication. So content is massive. The reach of our content is huge, but what we're looking for is to see how we can see better monetization in all elements of how the content distribution ecosystem is working. And the real reason why I came here, apart from just congratulating and supporting them generally, was that also, as Michael mentioned, NCAC is sort of like, unbeknownst to many of us, because it wasn't known to me before I got into government, is the actual official agency of government that has a mandate for the music industry. Now, we've spent like a year working on different iterations of a roadmap for Nigerian music. And I must have shared the first draft to at least something like 50 different leaders in the ecosystem. But then we went back, we sort of looked at everything, but we went back again because there was a report called Uncharted Waters. And I'm mentioning this report because for anybody in the music industry, you need to be aware of that report. I think I shared that as well before. So if not, Michael and Chidudu can definitely share it to your community. But the importance of that report was that it was basically focused on doing an overview of 2024 Lagos nightlife. So that's just Lagos, not the other 60 towns and cities in Nigeria. And based on Lagos nightlife, and their report basically did a deep dive into about 45 or 60 clubs, bars, nightclubs, and restaurants in Lagos. And they came up with a figure for 2024 economically, and that figure was 1.4 trillion naira. And the most interesting thing to me by the report, apart from the scale of the number, was that they called the report the Afrobeats economy, right? So what that means is that they're obviously understanding that you cannot, if you own a club, bar, lounge, hotel, if you don't have any music, you're not going to be doing much business, right? Okay, so this is the download link for the Creator Economy Report. If you scan that from the video, you'll be able to get that. So that report is basically dimensioning what's happening in Nigeria. And some of the numbers that we've seen, I mean, if you're in the music industry, you know that Spotify talk about 30 billion streams just on Spotify in 2024. Something like 1.2 million Afrobeats playlists, that's just on Spotify. 20 billion views of Nigerian content on YouTube in 2024. All that data and more is here. And it's something that I think, because, you know, and the reason why we're really focusing on data is because data is what's going to get all of us closer to the money, right? Because to unlock money and capital, you need to be able to validate what you're talking about. So we're doing these reports. We have a second report coming in the next month or so on the Nigerian music industry. A number of people in this room have been approached already to make their contributions to that report. But the key thing, and the key thing I wanted to say was, we also set up at the beginning of August or the end of July, we set up something, the Council for Creative Technology Futures. And so when I saw Music Tech Nigeria, I said I had to be here, even though I was supposed to bring a couple of them with me, but we were a bit disorganized. We couldn't find everybody today. But that council has 11 Nigerians on it. Most of them are from different elements of the entertainment or content industries. There are people who are not from those sectors, because we wanted to have a full look at everything. So we have tech experts, we have finance experts, we have IP experts, who are like complementary, because the truth of the matter is nothing is done in a single lane, and we are working in a collaborative fashion. And that the sole objective of that council is to make sure, because if you look at what's happening with technology, and I don't talk about the potential because it's happened already, the AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, all of these things are having huge impacts on those of us who work in these sectors, starting with music, film, dance, theater, comics, animation, storytelling. And these things, of course, IP is a big issue within that as well. But apart from IP, there's also exploitation, rights management. There are a lot of issues within the IP, and also how these augmented reality and AI and new technology are going to affect your income, your opportunity, if you're a rights owner, if you're a catalog owner. All of these things are important. But so the most important thing is you cannot afford to be ambivalent about this conversation, nor can you afford to be disinterested, because everything is changing and it's going to change very, very fast. And the speed at which it's happening, you just wake up and you might find out that what you thought was about to happen has changed totally, because the technology is enabling things, and they're not doubling, they're sort of quadrupling almost every quarter at the moment. So you really need to pay attention to technology. From our perspective, we're trying to build roadmaps that will guarantee the future and integrity of our intellectual property, enable more domestic platforms. I was very happy to hear what Luli was saying and about what they've been able to do so far. You want to enable more domestic platforms, because as much as possible, you do want to maintain value in your own ecosystem. There's nothing wrong with being on global platforms, but the more you can retain in your own ecosystem, you will get more value back. That's just a fact of life. At the same time, you should also be aware of things that are happening already. There's a Nigerian platform called Selar, SELAR.com. You need to be aware of those guys. Those guys paid out in excess of 10 billion naira last year to Nigerian creators. So these are Nigerian creators that are selling products, e-commerce, Substack, podcasts. So they found ways using their platform, and they're bootstrapped right out of Lagos. They're not a foreign platform with a Nigerian MD, which is also, there's nothing wrong with that either. But you just have to understand what is happening in your ecosystem. And I'm happy that this community is leading with this, because for too long, I think they've been afraid of technology, right? You can't afford to be afraid of technology. If you're not clear what is happening with the tech, ask your child, because your child probably knows, right? Most of us, you have a phone, you're probably using your phone for 10% of what your phone can do. If you give your kid the phone, you might be shocked what your kid's going to show you what's possible on your phone. And that's just an idea of what is coming right now. So for Music Tech in Nigeria, we're definitely going to be collaborating with them and this community from the CCTF. So we just bring good wishes. It's important to see more of the Ludis of this world, more of the Selars, more brands who are building local solutions for real local problems, okay? The other massive thing I think everybody should be thinking about and talking about, and every opportunity anybody gives me a microphone, I talk about this. Where's the product, right? We have created so much influence, okay? Nigerian content has enormous attention. People are watching, discussing, and they're doing it every single day, billions of views. But one of the things you got to know about Nigerians, when they're on all these social media platforms, the first thing they're looking for is Nigerians. They're not looking for random people, they're looking for Nigerians. So where is the product? Where's the t-shirts? Where's the hoodies? Where's the lipstick? Nollywood has existed for 30 years. I still see no product for any Nollywood film ever released, right? That is just a massive gap. Disney basically became $1 trillion company because of product, not because of the programming. So it's like you're watching Spider-Man and you know that everybody's got Spider-Man pajamas at home. We have to build product around the brands we've already built. We have brands who are loved, who have enormous fan bases, but there's nothing tangible that the fans can touch or hold on to. And that's a missing link for billions and billions of dollars, not just Naira. And the truth of the matter is, it is totally within our opportunity and possibility to do those things right now. Okay, so please remember that value is not just one way, it is two-way. And anybody who's built a brand, if you think about that brand and you ask yourself, where's the rest of the stuff? I was asking Odumodubu Black's people the other day, I said, where's the hat? How come I can't get the hat? I'm pretty sure being Igbo and looking at the hat and thinking, if you do some basic marketing, you might get 1 million people to buy this hat. Nice and simple. And if you don't want the money, let us sell it. I'll take the money. So anyway, best wishes to the community. Please focus on the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's how you mentioned there that there's another level to it that we should begin to focus on. Thank you for bringing that insight. It's interesting that you want to serve the heart and do the work. Yoruba man will say, "Kowo pe." The money shall be complete. Yeah, okay. Another person would like to welcome for a 2-minute remark is, please note, everybody is important. It's not that we don't want to take your comments or your remark. However, certain people hold institutional roles that they just have to. I mean, imagine that we didn't have Chief Obi Asika speak now. We will not know that there is a gap and there is a bridge that is still yet untouched. So I'd like to welcome the DG, Director General, beg your pardon, Nigerian Copyright Commission, Dr. John Asien, for his remarks. It's just your remarks, sir, on.
Thank you so much. And well, it certainly it's one. It's a positive and a good ambush. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, time is well spent. I know how it is when you say 2 minutes remark. At the end of the day, you spend 5-10 minutes. I'm like 2 minutes. It should be 2 minutes. Frankly, I didn't come here to speak. I came here to listen. And I want to know where we are, where the gaps are, and what we need to do. One thing I know for sure is, I mean, we keep referring to this. There are so many gray hairs in the front row, at least. And everyone has a story to tell, how this industry has not got into where we all dreamt it would be at this point in time. And tech will be one of those bridges we are hoping will help us to move fast. But I often say that it's not about the tech, it's first and foremost about the content and the humans that the tech is supposed to service. So for the Nigerian Copyright Commission, it's to find how best to link the dots so that at the end of the day, it won't just be tech for the sake of tech. It's tech that will change the narrative for those who are creating. And we are particularly interested, for instance, in how to ensure that these returns go back to the creators. I'm happy I'm seeing the CMOs here, and we want to do more in the area of collective management and be sure that we don't have too many points of leakages in the return on those investments. I'm so happy with what we've learned from the activities of Luli, sorry. Yeah, and that gives us hope. And we think we can do more if we think as Nigerians, for the betterment of the Nigerian creatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And we are glad to have you in the room as well. We are sorry we ambushed you, but in your words, a positive ambush. So, okay. Before we go to the panel session, we'd just like to exercise our. Let's do a few. Quick acknowledgements. The Chairman Audiovisual Rights Society and a very, very special filmmaker. Please help me acknowledge Mahmoud Ali Balogun. Please, a round of applause. Okay. It's been talk. We just want to put in a bit of a icebreaker. Can you help me project the count? Yes. Game. And winners will be given something. Sorry, sir. Is that the founder and CEO of I get it now. Sure. Sir, you should not be there. Come and sit down, please. Please help me welcome. No, I will put you here. I'm sorry, sir. Nobody sent me this message. I sent myself. We'll put you here. Easy T Concepts. Easy Music. Please welcome the founder and CEO. Unfortunately, your name fails me right now. Without this man, many of the popping gospel artists we know in Nigeria would not be on our airwaves.
You're welcome, sir. I get it now. Shoot. Yes, sir. Well, thank God for social media too, because it's on social media that I listen to those your talks. Okay. Yes, the Kahoot link, QR code. It's a game. You win something. See, listen. If you win shekels on Luli, imagine what you win here. Shekels turn to money on Luli, right? You don't believe me. You believe me. So imagine what you, my brother, this thing cannot be unfortunate now. Walk. Where is he? Because it's blank now. So it's pretty simple. You bring out your game. It's like, for want of a better word, election. You bring out your phone, you scan. There'll be questions, and I'm not sure if they have options on this one that you would answer. By the time you answer, real time, we would see who is leading or who is winning. And by the time we wrap up, essentially, we just want to. Is that Foza? Yes, that's Foza there now. Sure. Please, a round. That's Foza, no? Yeah, please, a round of applause. Wow. Everybody is here. All right, tech guys, engineers, I'm waiting for you. Oh, okay. Now, we'll come back to that, certainly. I'd like to welcome the moderator for this panel session. The first panel session we're having today is Music plus Technology, Positioning Nigeria in the Global Innovation Map. Music and Technology, Positioning Nigeria in the Global Innovation Map. And to moderate this session, I'd like to welcome the co-founder, Greenlight Music Publishing and Creative Entrepreneur, Mr. Olumide Mustafa. Please a round of applause for Mr. Olumide Mustafa. Yes, sir. And our panelists will be a data and marketing expert analyst, O.M. Brown. O.M. Brown, please. O.M. Brown, thank you. Thank you for coming. Please a better round of applause for him. Founder, CEO, Tunes Afrique or Tune Afrique, Dr. Kunle Olade. Please a round of applause for him. Sir, I have a question. Apart from David Ladi that got woo, you are the other person that's got woo. Are you paying these people? You are sure? Okay. If you say so. Because anyway, that's woo, this okay. And then head content. This is Mando. Dundo. Okay. Music. Mr. Aki Oyebode. Mr. Aki Olabode. Say apologies. Aki Olabode. I want to be sure I'm not missing out anybody. Yes. Head marketing. Oh, wait. This was changed. Was it? Okay. Yeah. In Cassiope is on his way. Oh, great. I think the panel session is full. The panel table is full. Please test your microphones. I'm sure they're all working.
Testing.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? From the compare.
Apologies. The co-founder Music Tech Europe is joining virtually. So tech team to help us project the image so that it can. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's try again. Good morning, everybody. This is a great turnout, actually. So first of all, just a big round of applause to Chinedu and Michael for getting all these stakeholders here. This is fantastic. And it's really quite impressive. So without further ado, this first panel is called Music and Technology, Positioning Nigeria on the Global Innovation Map. Now, we've been given a lot of great context, both from Chief Africa and Demilade, from different perspectives. But really, the ultimate question is, we all know how, and we quoted it a million times, how well we're doing globally. But just the problem is, as has been said, is capturing value. And a big part of that value capture is going to be through technology, but more importantly, locally developed innovation. Now, just to sort of quantify it, because I deal on the recorded music side a lot. So it is estimated, because of Afrobeat's dominance, that it's globally generating around $9 billion a year. That's somewhere in the region of 3 to 5% of total music sales. But the crazy thing is, 90 million is what Nigeria was expected to have generated from recording music. So from a 9 billion value generated to just under 1% of that, or 0.1% of that captured back domestically, the question is, why is there this gap? And with all of you people here, we seem to agree with Michael and Chinedu that it's a technology-related gap. And the context is, there's two layers to this. There's the current technology of global platforms, which we're trying to key into and capture value from that way. But ultimately, the big value play is in developing our own platforms that then could potentially be exported. Now, why I'm particularly interested in this, I used to be a full-time entertainment lawyer. I run a law firm, or I founded a law firm with somebody else in the room called Technological Partners. But I've been spending a lot of time in finance and venture capital of late, so private equity and venture capital. And really, I've been trying to help bridge the gap as to how we can get institutional capital into our industries to be able to scale to the next level. So with all of that intro in mind, what we're going to discuss here today is how innovation and music technology, both global and locally developed, can help us capture more of this value and grow our industries. Now, we've got a great set of minds. We've got all the... Is there any issue with the mic? Okay, we've got all key stakeholders that could help us solve this question on this panel and within this room, in this audience. So just again, quick intros. We have Mr. Dr. Kunle, you're on the distribution side, one of the few local indigenous distribution companies keying into this new digital distribution paradigm. We've got Mr. Olabode there on the Indundo side. He's representing the streaming platform side. That's critical. That's where a lot of the modern monetization takes place. And whether we can develop our own, like Indundo is, although it is listed in Denmark, is it? But it is an indigenous African music. We've got some understanding around data analytics and marketing here, because a key part of this is the telecommunications companies, and they provide the pipes through which all this new modern business is done. So we've got a great set of minds on the panel. I'm going to start first with an open question to each panelist to ask, what one thing do you think is missing to be able to enable, the most important thing, to be able to enable us capture more value? It could be infrastructure or policy or data that we don't have or anything else, because I'd like each panelist in just one sentence as an opener to just say what you think is the biggest and most important pillar that we're missing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm quite excited to be here. Thanks to Michael and Dr. Chinedu. Good afternoon, Olumide.
Yes.
So I think what has been missing is data. And so far, thank you to our great Obiasika for sharing that first, a link to the report that he shared earlier. So I was looking through it and I found some interesting data points. I think once we solve that problem of having enough data, then we can begin to look at the pointers and look at areas that we can improve.
Fantastic. I'll just quickly add to that. Data is critical. And when we think of data, we might think about it in two ways. There's first metadata, which is the accuracy of the ownership and rights related data for all this cultural product that we produce, because that's what helps us capture value right now. We have a lot of leakage because we don't have just simple data information plugged in the right place. But then also there'll be data to be able to make good business intelligence decisions, targeting specific markets for tours and things like that based on marketing. So thank you for that. But of course, you're biased around data. That's what you're here to talk about. Dr. Kunle, from your perspective, what one key thing do you think that we're missing at the moment that could really help us start to propel and capture more value?
Thank you very much, Olumide, and a very good afternoon to everyone. So in my position as founder CEO of Africa's first self-service do-it-yourself music distribution company, which started in 2018. So I think we've had a very long time to, learn the ropes and understand the pain points. Quite frankly, I'll stand one thing out here, and that would be education and awareness. And across the supply chain of music, I was speaking with Michael a few days ago, and I'm going to make this very brief. That the creative industry today, I see it's more like, a factory where you produce stuff. Or you produce, you still have to get it to the end users. Now, our creative community, they are the factory, and they turn out beautiful products. However, there's a lack of understanding, not just from the creators, not just from the producers, even the songwriters and everybody across the supply chain. And technology definitely can help us bridge that gap, and I'm sure we'll talk more around it during the course of this panel.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you, that was quite insightful. And we are going to talk more about it as well, because these are some of the key issues. Aki, your side, what do you think from your perspective? You work with a streaming platform. A lot of the economics of how the business works now starts from you guys. So from your perspective, what do you think with what Mdundo is doing as an indigenous, locally driven platform? Where do you guys see the main pillar missing?
Thank you very much. My name is Olabode Akin. I head content and licensing for Mdundo Nigeria and Mdundo Hausa. Though at the moment we are trying to diversify with a huge help from some of the major stakeholders in the entertainment space into Fuji and Igbo music and all that. For me, I think the only thing missing for me, or the major thing missing for me, is communication. Obviously, yes, data is there, the product is there, but the communication for me is missing, because there are a lot of people that did not even know some of these things. And when Chief himself came on to share some data, he communicated the data to us. There are a lot of people that don't know their music is on a particular platform, or doing this particular number, or this song is being marketed here, or this right is the particular right you have over this particular catalog or this content or whatever. There are people that know about these things, but the people that don't know about these things are more. So the people that are aware are not communicating enough to the other people that are not aware. So if we can bridge the communication gap in Africa and between creators, DSPs, and every other person, I think we will be in a good place eventually. Yeah.
Thank you. That's interesting. So in summary, it's really around making sure, like I was talking about, metadata, right? And the accuracy of the information. Because you're right. I mean, from a legal perspective, our firm spent a lot of time really finding, this was quite a few years ago, when before we started seeing this huge boom in Afrobeats, we would start to find that a lot of value was captured from a lot of the initial Afrobeats explosion, but none of the rights holders that were involved in it actually saw any of that value, because it had been captured, it was uploaded with somebody else putting their rights information there to capture all of that. And by the time you sort of realize that there's an opportunity, as you said, when those that weren't in the know became in the know, it was all already done. So it's now about trying to find the new value to be able to make sure that's captured. But that's really interesting. So from our data analyst perspective, of course, it's a data thing in terms of consumption data and trends, particularly. From the distribution angle, it's a lot of sensitization and awareness. And then from the platform angle, it's around data. And of course, I can understand that from streaming platforms because they're the ones that get sued if they pay the wrong person. So that makes sense. But thank you guys. That was a good intro round. I have one more intro round questions before I then get to specific questions with you guys in your specific areas. So you've all given us some insight into what you think the biggest gap is. Let's flip it now. If you had to bet on one Nigerian-driven music tech breakthrough, so if you could think of one area in music tech that Nigeria could particularly have a major breakthrough in the next 5 years, what do you think it would be? I know it's a bit of a tough one, but I really want us to think this way and to sort of identify where real opportunities or where we think we have a comparative advantage in this music tech innovation thing.
So yeah, the first thing that came to my mind is merchandising. I think when Chief was speaking, he asked about the product. Where is the product? And I mean to say that we are seeing a trend where our artists are trying to catch up. For example, in 2018, Wizkid had a partnership with Nike to launch the Nigerian Super Eagles jersey, and that went a long way. We're also seeing artists like Thames trying to make inroads to sport in the US. We're seeing Ashake do the same thing. So if we can figure out a way to merchandise, create product around the culture, again, our people are everywhere. They're traveling with the music, they're identifying with it, but what to show from it, like the product, isn't there. So if we figure out a way to merchandise, I think that will create an extra route to having a huge return in revenue.
I think I agree with you. So bringing, because what right now, where we have a lot of advantages, we have a natural talent to create IP, right? But how do we also then bring that IP back into the real world in terms of products and things of that nature? I mean, you're absolutely right. The only time I've really seen that pulled off from the brief amount of time I've been back in Nigeria, Room can correct me if I'm wrong, I think sort of Fino had the right idea with the Alubam brand. And that's the one time I've sort of seen it really pulled off. And from the numbers I saw, I know that they did huge numbers merchandise-wise that I haven't seen replicated again. So you're right. And based on what Chief said as well, like it's something we should, it's a no-brainer really. But thank you. For you, Dr. Kule, where do you think like we have the best chance of getting the most innovation for Nine itself based on what we think we can do best?
Go back a bit in history, how I find myself here. So by background, I'm a medical doctor. So be wondering, what a
exactly.
medical
Please
doctor
tell
is
us
doing
that story
in the music space. But I'm also very fortunate to have traveled around the world, and I realized very quickly that we were not the ones telling our own stories. You know, the way African story, thanks to Afrobeats today, the world is listening, but they're only listening to our music. Just yesterday, I was watching Instagram and I saw a clip on Isaac Fayoshet's, some guys who were having a conversation about why you shouldn't go to Nigeria. There was a podcast that was organized by East African, and I was really not very happy with the comments. But I wasn't surprised as well because this is the same narratives we've been getting where the Western world controls the narratives and they tell our stories for us. So that was what birthed my interest in telling our story. We didn't start with Tuna Freak as a matter of fact. We started with Me Playlist. Me Playlist was supposed to be a music streaming platform. I say supposed because then we abandoned the project after 5 years. Wow. Painful and expensive. But while we were doing that, we quickly discovered that we were going to struggle to acquire content. And I'm sure our colleagues from Moodoo can tell you And that was how we birthed the music distribution company. Not only to distribute music to make playlists, to distribute music to everybody else, but then again focus more on our own innovative brand. So if you ask me again that what or where do I see innovation coming, and I think it's exactly what this platform offers to us, and it's about collaboration. Many of us are doing quite a lot of things in our silos. We're doing fantastic things. Ashley was speaking earlier. I'm very bold to say that in Nigeria today we have huge tech experts. Our technological innovation across all industries, fintech, e-commerce, hospitality, and what have you, is world standard because we have the brains here. As a matter of fact, over 20% of our developers here have side jobs and tech stuff they're doing for the big firms outside of Nigeria while they sit here. So we have the resources, we have the talent. However, we all need to know what we are doing in our different spaces so that we can easily integrate. You can't clap with one hand, okay? So we need each other to be able to understand how we can leverage our strengths and how we can what I call is maybe sharing best practices and collaborations. I can give you one very quickly. If there's anybody in this room who's building a music streaming platform, the old ways of doing it previously was to ingest contents. Huge. We're talking of millions of contents. Imagine one MP3 is about maybe 2-3 MB.
Yeah.
Multiply that by 5-6 million.
Just the storage costs alone.
Storage cost is going to kill you. However, there are other ways to go about it today. But if you jump into that project of trying to build a music streaming platform from scratch without leveraging what already exists, either collecting sound through APIs and the rest of it, then you're going to run into the same challenges others have had. So I think what we are doing here today is groundbreaking and it's going to set the pace for the next 5 to 10 years, giving us the opportunity to collaborate.
That's actually really, really insightful. Can we have a round of applause for that, actually? Because that's quite interesting. It's not what you would normally think. So to summarize, it's not one particular area. It's what will come out of all of us understanding each other's end of the business through fora like this. We'll create something. We don't know what, but that's where value is going to get created. And that's true. And again, it's sort of tied to data. The more information we have, I think, the more we can understand what the real dynamics of our own ecosystem are, where I agree with you. I think innovation will come. Aki, your end, where do you think that Nigeria's driven music tech breakthrough will come from over the next 5 years?
Thank you very much. I think for me, following some personal research and inside information, I think the consumership culture, artist or label direct to consumer pipeline is something that we should be on the lookout for. There's a company, I think in the US, name of the company is Even, and they are doing something there. And they just debuted in Africa. I think their first release in Africa is with MI. MI tested a song with them, I think about 2 months ago. And I think there's something there. An artist just putting you are boycotting all DSPs. I mean, it's crazy for me to say because I even work for a DSP. Yeah. You are boycotting all of them and you're sending the music directly to the consumers. And the consumers are paying you directly. So there is no percentage DSPs are collecting. There is no percentage distribution companies. Sorry, because you're a distributor. There's no percentage distribution companies are collecting. The artists are collecting money straight from the consumers. So I think there's something there. And what Even is doing is not even only about the money. It's all encompassing because now you can sell merch directly to the consumers. You can sell your event ticket directly to the consumers. You can sell a whole lot of things directly to the consumers. It's like a social media for consumers, and artists are just, yes, there's something there.
Interesting. I think that's a nice segue because I want us to hear from Ivan, who's online. Ivan Boudrier. Hi, Ivan, can you hear us there? I'll ask my question so that then they'll cut off my mic and we won't get feedback. But is there anything you think, if you have any comments on any of the initial questions we had, but also to you specifically, if there's any lessons you think that Music Tech Nigeria can learn from Music Tech Europe and just how the dynamics in Europe work. And I'm sort of segueing from what Akin just said, because I know that there are models now across the EU that's sort of trying to target direct to consumer, as he said, the whole concept of finding your 1,000 super fans. And the technology that's enabling that. So if you could sort of speak on both, but also just your general thoughts on any of the topics so far, that would be great. Over. Yeah, I think we may be having some technical issues. So rather than going to Ivan, unfortunately, we can't reach him. What we're going to do is we're going to swap out and make the audience the panelists. So if you guys, anybody has any sort of questions or comments related to anything we've said so far, very, very briefly, but we'll take 3 views. So we've got one hand here. That's where we'll start. Yes, we'll have our chief, and then we have a third hand there. So we've got 3 people already. We'll go with chief last, but yes, as our 4th panelist, please, audience, over to you.
My name is Efefiang Akpan. They call me 6 I have listened to everything you've said. It's like everybody's concerned about the tech itself. As an artist, I'm a songwriter. How would you walk me into the whole ecology, the whole ecosystem? That's my question. About education.
Yes, so just to ask the question again, the question is, we've been focusing so much on the tech, but from the artist side, how do we encourage artists and give them enough information and guide them into coming into this sector? My sort of simple answer is, you know, show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome. When we can show you how you're able to now capture value, how you're able to reach, make Forex revenue, for example, which I find that usually is enough to at least wet beaks and get interest for the necessary work to be done. But in terms of that, I mean, do you guys have any comments? We've been focused a lot on the tech, but what about the creators in this and how we make sure that we continue to, as you said, sensitize them so that they can understand how and where to be able to really key in and use technology to grow their businesses, because they're all effectively micro businesses, are they not?
Yes, they are. And I think I did mention it in passing when I made my opening remarks, that, you know, we see the creative industry like a production facility. And it's not just one person who's mixing and matching those things. But we can't still achieve what you're looking for without technology. The first thing is awareness. Are we creating enough platforms to educate, not just the established or the upcoming artists, but even the general public, because you can never tell when and who goes into music eventually down the line. Are we even letting them understand the difference between, for example, masters royalties and performance royalties or neighboring rights and the rest of them? So if you understand those things as a baseline, then the rest of it becomes easy. What we do as distributors, and this is something we have only just launched in our 2.0 version of Tune Afrique, is that we now allow all creators to benefit from master royalties. So when we distribute catalogs to DSPs across the globe, at the point of ingesting those contents, before we deliver them, we already allocate, or you are able to allocate percentage splits, you know, to contributors, and that includes producers, that includes songwriters, and every other person who contributes to the catalogs. But if you're not aware of this in the first instance, okay, then it's even more difficult to take up that opportunity to be able to earn from that catalog. So do you have those conversations with people you write songs for? I'm sure you have split sheets, you know, but split sheets perhaps will only apply most likely to publish
Publishing, correct.
in that case. But now we're thinking that, you know, you should also be able to earn from the master recordings even coming directly from the DSPs. And this is what Tune Africa is able to do, where splits can be allocated. And I'm sure we've done that with Premier Records, which is one of Nigeria's longest music record labels, where now we can split royalties even for masters. And at the point of, I didn't mention this as well, our technology allows us to distribute royalties. We currently pay royalties in 7 currencies: Ghana cedis, Nigerian naira, Kenya shillings, South African rands, euros, dollars, and pounds. So across the world, we can easily make these royalties paid out to different contributors to one single song. Why can we do that? Because number one, we are ISRC administrators. And I'm not sure how many other distributors in Nigeria are ISRC administrators, simply meaning that we transcode. Tune Africa is a 360 technology company just for music. We transcode, we fingerprint the music, meaning that when those royalties come back, we can easily identify and allocate, you know, those to the different, how to put it now, contributors of that music, which includes also songwriters.
This is fantastic because on the publishing side with GLMP, we're doing the exact same thing, but we're related to publishing. And it's really about building a pipeline so that now any work that's consumed anywhere in the world, there's a pipeline now for it to get collected because the accurate data is there at the relevant performing rights organizations, and then having that piped back into local Nigerian bank accounts. And I know it's not much, but close to processing ₦1 billion in royalties, just pure royal publishing royalties. There's no sound recording side on that. And a lot of young producers, what it's really made us sort of realize is Nigeria might not even have a youth unemployment problem. It might just simply have a youth value capture problem. Because from all this data we're seeing from a lot of these young composers we're working with, there are a number of young composers, 18 to 23, that are generating anything from like $30,000 to $40,000 a year, just quietly, just from publishing money, just pure publishing, not the sound recording, not license fees, not anything else, just publishing. And when you come to think of that, you realize that these guys are now economic nodes within our economy that can maybe set up a business, maybe go and acquire a purchase and actually stimulate economic growth. But we have other questions. I saw a hand then we're going to come to Chief Asika as the last question over there. Thank you. Or a comment. As I said, you are representing our 5th or 4th panelist, so please go ahead. Good afternoon. Check the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think the major problem is money, lack of capital. Like Buju said, if money no dey, they kill idea. Many young people cannot get the education that they need because the one that they have has failed them. They think Nigeria has no value for them. Young people are looking for opportunities to leave the country to go and make it. So when that is happening, they can't see the opportunities in the country. And Nigeria has so many problems that once you fix, you can make a lot of money. But they don't want to fix. They just want to go because we don't make them see the value in the country. We don't make them see the money in the country. The money is the major thing.
I see your point, because if you're an artist and or a composer or a creator, if you don't see quick wins, everything we're saying is long English, effectively, right? It's effectively long English.
Even the tech, that's why
even the tech, so the tech side as well.
Because there is financial,
and that's why you're right. So a big part of this thing again goes back to what Doctor said, which is we need sensitization, and it's not just educational programs. I think something that stimulates a lot of our modern youth is just seeing success, seeing the material success. So all these composers I'm talking about, ironically, yeah, I mean, GLMP is now starting to do a big marketing drive because we're trying to scale to the next level. But that's where I think we're going to be able to put this message out there, that there are means for you to be able to create a business for yourself from what you already enjoy doing and actually start capturing that value. Because this is where we started this whole conversation, which is how do we capture more value? Again, we generate 9 billion just from recorded, but we only get back into the country 90 million. It's kind of ridiculous, right? So yes, I was told that we should make way for one additional question before we our final comment on this from Chief Asika. So one additional question, please.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. My name is Helen Chuma Okoro. I work in a research institution. I'm also a lawyer, so my question is going to come from the legal background. I listened to the panel discussion, and even then, I also heard the presentation or the words from the Director General of the NCAC. Now, I know that I've heard some emphasis on merchandising as a problem, as a challenge. So I'm curious, what's really the problem with that, apart from practical challenges? Is there any legal challenge? Or if not, that's okay. But if there is, from experience, I would like to know. Thank you.
Okay, so just to recap the question is that we brought up that merchandising, as pointed out, is one area that we really could have a big breakthrough in, given of so many trying to allow for merchandising to work. So the question was, what is the current challenge as to why we're not actually seeing more merchandising related sort of tech to generate value there? I have my thoughts, but I'll go back to you, Wem, since you were the one that opened this this can of worms. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what I think about her question is this. I feel like the guys that are creating business for the artists are not expanding into driving merchandising. So the moment we figure out, thanks to the guys that are pushing and training some people into the industry, so the moment we figure out how to help the artists create business around merchandising, we might have created a solution. I don't feel like it is legal because we don't even have it. Like Chi would ask, where's the product? So once we have artists who can find that balance to create merchandise that are sellable, then tell stories around it, and the people backing them have enough knowledge to guide them into selling or bringing that aspect up, we might have solved a lot of problems in that area.
You're absolutely right. I'll also add that I think potentially, I think it could be something as there are more margins, harder money to make with merchandise. There's more up costs related to it, and the margins are not as sweet as when in music. Recorded music is the best margins in business you can get, aside maybe Google selling ads. It's extremely high margin. Once you've done your initial cost, every additional revenue stream you're getting from it, you're not spending anything additional. It's all increased margin. Whereas with merch, you still have to go and source the materials, do the printing, deliver them to where you have to deliver them, all sorts of, it's not as attractive. But I think things like what Lolly is doing is now going to actually remove that or reduce that friction. And I think that's sort of what we're missing in that regard. Again, technology and innovation, particularly the ones we develop locally, might solve problems. But that being said, I'd like to have these because you gave us some great insights that we're all still talking about right now. Let's see if you can give us some more to spice it up. Let me just prove this. Ife, I see your hand up.
Which Ife is that?
It's Damoro.
I don't know whether I should speak after him or before. Yeah, but listen, I mean, first of all, I'm just happy to see Ndondo's here because, you know, they're like mystery operators. 35 million monthly users in Africa. I mean,
40 million now.
40 million monthly users in Africa. I mean, that's an incredible number. And I think that should be inspiration for the Nigerian startups, the Nigerian tech players, because they're out of Kenya, right? And it just shows that it can be built. I mean, you were mentioning Even. I mean, we actually partnered with Even last year. And Even, yeah, Emma is one of the artists they're looking at. And the key idea about Even is really about legacy artists. So it's not really that they're banning them, they're going off DSPs, the way you said it. It's more like they do a limited release, exclusive window. So maybe, let's say it was MI or let's say it's Flavor, people who have super fans, as he mentioned, and you drop the album, the full album, 22 tracks, 2 weeks available, and maybe there's 1,000 people that'll pay the full money for the full album. And that's the model. So obviously we've seen that it's monetizing in certain spaces in America and in Europe. And there's no doubt that there are people who have legacy fans, some of them are in this room, you know, who can build that legacy catalog. But for me, I think the key thing was just to say that in terms of even on the merch side, I think it's about trust, right? That's the key. That's the key issue. There are two obvious places that can drive the entire product and merch conversation for this ecosystem. One is Computer Village, sitting right here around the corner in Lagos. The other one is Area Market in Aba. These are engines that have been pushing product for 50 years. 50 million pairs of shoes a year, whatever they make in Aba. They push it into West and Central Africa. So the minute you create a nexus between this ecosystem and the market, it's game over. Our guys are selling worldwide. So what we need to do is have trust and transparency. That if you take Otis Williki's this thing and you make it, he's going to get a royalty. Once I know that, everybody else is good. So I think what it is we have to build trust in our domestic market, then we can win. And once you dominate in Nigeria, the world is easy. And take it like that.
Fantastic, EG. Let Ife say one last word on it. But before that, I just wanted to build on that trust element. And again, because that's something I think about deeply. How do we facilitate collaborations and partnerships? And trust is a big part of it. Now, within the actual side of the it's around how you get paid, right? It's simple. So I still think innovation and technology is still going to play a big part in that. At GLMP, we've developed to be able to sort of use fintech layers to escrow payments so that automated. It's not that you have to rely on the publisher to initiate payments and whatnot, so that things, as money comes into collection accounts, because all percentages through split sheets and whatnot is documented, it's been put into the code. So it's not code that comes first, it's the legal and business structure that comes first, and then that gets coded. But then there's no human intervention. You don't say that, okay, they're going to collect my money, then I've got to go and audit him to make sure that what he's paying me is up to what he should be paying me, and all these sort of trust issues that cause friction, preventing the collaboration that Dr. Kule was talking about, which is going to help take us to the next level. But that being said, if a last comment from you, and then I'll two last questions before we wrap up this panel. Can we get the mic working for him, please?
Mic check. Yeah, hello. Yeah, thanks, Lumi. I wanted to share some insights in response to the merch, question. Sorry, Chief Obi Asika. It will take me 15 years to adjust to that. My apologies. So Obi has actually raised an important point, which is trust and collaboration. But one of the key things I also need to mention was that it's not really it's not really an artist conversation. Neither is it just down to the guys who are looking after the talents. Merchandising is like every other thing. It's a standalone business on its own, right? And if we can find the right collaborations between the guys who produce, who understand the business of producing, this product, if we can find distribution, I'm saying this from personal experience. For the last 1 year, I've been experimenting with a fashion line called Cruisover, right? And I'll let you know quickly what the key challenges are. Production, marketing. You also would have, okay, there's an interesting concern we're dealing with now. You want to do the proper legal stuff, right? So what do? You acquire your trademark. We registered a trademark. A month ago, the trademarks, yes, they notified us that we should pay for publishing, which is supposed to be the last phase. We paid for the publishing of this mark. And 2 weeks later, on Instagram, I see
your brand logo.
The brand logo, right? The same trademark on somebody else's merchandise with TM on it.
That they trademarked it.
Yeah.
Ironic.
My guys get hysterical. They say, call the lawyers, shoot an email. I said, pause. This guy, mine. let's have a conversation first. I called those guys and they told me that the same trademark they acquired it in 2019, and by 2021 they had perfected the entire process. So as I speak to you, my lawyers are investigating the possibility that the trademarks committee is collecting money from people, telling them a mark is available when it is actually not available.
Land title,
Yes.
but they've already given
For
somebody
multiple
else.
people. Maybe by the end of this month, we'll probably find out that there's 60 or 70 or 90 of us, with the same trademark. With letters, I can show you a certificate of acceptance. I can share that with you, right? Now, developed designs. We developed products we're supposed to launch in November to find out that even the marks, the trademark that we think we had covered is probably, so the amount of money you to produce at commercial level, whether it's speak to Fido, find out what happened to Alabama, speak with Zlatan, find out what's happening to the Zlatan to the world, brand. The amount of money you need ingest to make commercial merchandising successful is huge. The distribution outlets that you need to get the products to people, they're not readily available. But if I've been on standby for 3 months waiting for a prospective partners to open their distribution channels so we can move in products. So what we're doing for now is they're just pop-ups, right? Because if you're going to open up 5, 10, 15, 20 outlets across the country to push up, it's all kinds of stuff. So with collaboration and trust, we can make it an attempt to start cracking this merchandising thing. It's not untapped for no reason. It's not untapped because people are not aware. There are actual challenges that are limiting what we can do with merchandising. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. But just to round up, these are some great insights around merchandising. Again, to recall why it matters is it's such a huge potential value creation and capture opportunity for us. But really, I don't want for us to go away thinking about this conversation was around merchandising. It's around how we can use innovation to help capture value. So it's about going away and thinking about how we can use technology and innovation for music artists or others to help solve some of these problems and capture more value. Now, to summarize, we've said a lot of key things here is going to be around collaboration, around data, around the way people consume, and how we get artists to come along on the journey, creators, to start understanding how tech can be used to help them increase and scale. But with all that being said, I think we should leave the last word to someone that's actually spanning this entire segment, from the entertainment side in terms of the IP, and now the commerce side in terms of how to monetize and distribute, and how to enable creators capture value through all of these things they do right now. Again, I said, I don't think Nigeria or Africa has a youth unemployment problem. I think it has a youth value capture problem, because our youth are actually creating a lot of value but not seeing it. So I would like the last word to go to Demilade on this topic, and thank you guys for listening to the panel.
Thank you very much. I think that this is a conversation that is long overdue, and I thought that I should chip in that while we were thinking of the MMP2, we had merchandising very strongly on our minds, and all of the challenges that we've mentioned here today are the reasons why we felt and we made a very pragmatic business decision that it is not yet time to begin to distribute physical merchandise, because like you said, there are several costing that goes into it. There are several things that you need to consider. Even for distribution, you have to get your distribution network sorted out, which was why we decided that the way to navigate it is to start with non-fungible tokens, digital merchandising first, so that when you build that trust that has been spoken about between the talent, so picture a situation where somebody has already on a monthly basis invested 3,000 naira right into the talent that they say they are fans of. In fact, one of our plans, one of our vision is that there will come a time where talent will be able to executive produce an album without spending a dime of their money. Picture it this way. So you've created a tribe of really dope followers, fans, and you tell them, I want to drop an album and the budget for it is 40 million naira. and each and every one of you will contribute the money, and you'll be executive producers, such that when we sell, you get your split of get your split of royalties from the equity that you own based on contribution. Now, when you have that scenario, it means that as a talent, I don't have to worry about creation. I don't have to worry about sales. Now, your shareholders, your equity holders, who are your fans, you've created 10,000, 100,000 people. They can now be the ones that will go market your stuff. Now, when we've achieved that level of trust that an item that comes from this talent, I can buy it, I can put money behind it, it will be just seamless when we begin to now sell physical items that can be sold in tribes, that can be sold in stores. In fact, the collaborators will come from people that genuinely want to do business with us by them, because we've established trust. Thank you very much.
And it's on that note that we close this panel session. Please, a round of applause for all our panelists and moderator. Please, can I call Dr. Chinedu and Mr. Michael, as well as Demlade, to kindly come take pictures with the panelists as we wrap this side of the event up. Dr. Chinedu, please. Pictures. I'd also like for we have a second panel that is seriously cerebral and utter. Please, can I have Chief Obi Asika and Professor Bankole Shudupo join the picture. Okay, photographer, which photographer? These two, right? Okay. Sir, you are, okay. All right. Wait. MC, God forbid that MC should not be this. Okay, if you cut me, please, once again, a round of applause for this panel session. We have somebody has moved Chief Obi Asika from just Chief to High Chief. So if you want to call him now, please just call him High Chief. I know a lot of networking will happen here today, so please, would like to proceed quickly with the occasion. If I'd ask our moderator, High Chief, and everyone to please get seated as we proceed. Please, can we sit? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, are we ready for the count? Please don't leave yet. We have a very important session, and we have people that would speak on topic that will interest us the most and possibly answer those questions. I mean, I saw somebody here who is representing the Association of DJs in Nigeria. The person seated here.
all the questions in your heart. Wait, the event is not over. Oh, don't go. Okay. So won't take the second panel immediately. No more Kahoots. It's like as I mentioned, Kahoots will start going out. Oh, yeah, so please come back to seat. Now, innovation meets industry. Building sustainable structures for music tech in Nigeria. That is the topic we're about to discuss in this panel. Oh, I'm guessing a lot of people went to the gents and the ladies, and they'll be back. I would like to bring the panelists first, and then I'll call the moderator last. First on my list is the Managing Director, Sony Music Publishing, Mr. Godwin Tom. You didn't know that these people are here. Okay. And then CEO MCSN, Mr. Mayo Aila. I hope he has good. Thank you. I said MCSN. That's what I said. Okay. And so that you know that this conversation is hot. It's very hot. We have brought an artist and also a digital entrepreneur to be part of this session. Please help me welcome Alex O. We were to have somebody in licensing and digital digital publishing management, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if he can join us. He can't. So to moderate this session, somebody who is very experienced in this field, please help me welcome the founder of Zida Oracle, Foza. Please a round of applause for Foza. And I think that's thank you. All right. This is a 45-minute long session, and the 45 minutes includes question and answer. So I would ask all the audience and guests, please use this panel judiciously. I say use. So that you can get your royalties. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Room reset. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, you have to be energetic. They're giving you munchit. Munchit. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Foza. I am a Pan-African creative economy lawyer, and I have a deep phobia for tech. That was supposed to make you laugh. Okay. All right. And I'll tell you why I have a phobia for tech. Right? It's the sustainability aspect of it. The fact that the ethical conversation around it is very limited, especially where we are right now in Africa as a whole. I mean, if you look at in more advanced society, the big tech bros are being called to the parliament. They are questioning them over ethical conversations. For example, I can trust a lowly because he's a lawyer, and I will assume that he's guided by the RPC. So my data is not being farmed, harvested, and whatnot. And in the wake of AI, into organizations, how we're using tech, what are the problems that tech, especially music tech, is being posed in this generation. Some people are scared that AI will take away their music, take away their livelihood, it will replace them and stuff like that. So we're going to have that conversation around innovation and meeting the industry from a sustainable point of view. And the sustainability here is to ensure that the creatives and the tech people are earning in a balanced way, which I don't think is happening right now. Now, with that intro, I would ask my panelists, from your perspective, what does sustainability in music tech, especially in Nigeria, what does it mean to you, Godwin?
Hi everyone. Uh, First of all, I don't even know if we practice any level of sustainability in the existing business that we operate in Nigeria. So that's the first question. Because the issue is when you build on top of a problem, it collapses eventually, right? So I think that's the first thing. What does sustainability mean to me? It's understanding how one element of what we're doing affects all the other elements, and how eventually those other elements affected will come back and damage what exists, like your car. I try to do this thing when I really am tired of funnels. But I try to do this thing where I try my best to make it as relatable as possible. If you drive a car here, I don't know how many people here drive a car. If you drive a car, if one of the parts of the car has a problem and you don't fix it, what it does is it starts to affect the other parts of the car. And I think sustainability for us at Sony is understanding how does what we are doing affect and contribute to the growth of the market. So for example, I found out a year and a half ago that 30% of the songs on our top 100 has samples in them. They have samples. These are new artists making new songs, but sampling original songs without production. I'll tell you a short story. A particular artist we contacted did a song. I will not mention the song, big artist. And we contacted him and said, look, we've signed this legend. You've used his work illegally. We don't want to do you. We don't want to fight you. As Sony, we're not coming to bully anybody. We feel like you're uninformed, you're not educated. So we'll use this opportunity to teach you. And we said, this song, you use this term and this part. And he said, it's a popular term. And I said, how do you think it became popular? Right? And I think those I think those situations, so a conversation that could have been, I don't know, 5% became 20%. But the importance for us in that conversation is that new artist can eat and the legend can also eat. And I think understanding how what we're doing now as a business, as an organization, affects the rest of the industry is extremely important. And for me, that's what.
Thank you. Mr. Alexo?
Okay, here it is. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Okay, we look at whatever it is that we have to keep doing to sustain what it is that we are benefiting from in an industry like in the music industry. What is it that we have to do to continue, to sustain it? For example, the whole thing about technology coming in and affecting whatever it is that we're doing. I think that we need to continue to have programs like this that create more awareness for people to know what it is that they're supposed to be doing and what they are not supposed to be doing, like what he just mentioned. If somebody is not aware that sampling somebody's material is infringing on the person's rights, they might carry on with it without knowing, without being aware of the consequences of the actions. And when it comes to the copyright issues, a lot of people are actually not aware. A lot of people actually don't know what it is that they must not do. And this affects all of us because when my work is sampled, without my permission, then I'll be looking at it like, okay, I'm here and the person is making so much money, from my work, and I'm not making anything and all that. And not all after that, the whole fight now starts. Now, the other thing is awareness, not only about the materials, but awareness when it comes to technology. A lot of people are still struggling to figure out what to do, what not to do, how to do. And at the end of the day, every era in music production requires technology, from the capturing to the marketing, the consumer eventually, that takes the music from the market. Now, the thing here is, if you continue to, not to upgrade what it is that you're supposed to be doing, to be able to keep on moving with technology, you're going to be left behind. So I think that awareness is one thing that's lacking in the industry. Awareness for, at every level, whether it's the copyright, the production, and stuff that you have to go with.
Thank you very much, sir. My boss, please go on.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first of all acknowledge and congratulate the movers of these events, that is Music Tech and Lowly. The question of sustainability in the music industry stems from two important things, which is your vision and your mission. You need to ask yourself, what is my vision in going into music? And what is my mission? Is it to blow once and be there, or you want to remain relevant all the time? If you have that vision and you continue to walk along that mission, then your sustainability is assured. But what we have mostly in the music industry in Nigeria, we have a lot of one-track stars. They release one album or one song. When they release another one, it won't do as much as that. So that artist, the sustainability of that artist, it has a big question mark on it. And that goes to the industry entirely. All of us, we are looking at an industry that is huge, that should be well paid, or that should be well paying, and so on. But have we really created time to really understand the structures? Just like Tom said, we really need to understand the structures, how they relate, how they interweave. It is when we understand this and we allow them to work together as a cohesive force, it is then we can ensure sustainability in the industry. But when we continue to do it in bits and pieces without getting things fixed together in a cohesive manner, then the question of sustainability would not even arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to recap and give everybody broader context, because sometimes what we say can fly over the head. Sustainability, in very short language, is creating a system that is fair, balanced, trustworthy, and future-proof. So if you think about it from that context, how does it apply to you as a tech user working for the industry? How does it apply to you as a creative entrepreneur, creative, working in the industry? How does it apply to you as an admin user or an NGO or a CMO user in the music industry? Now, with that context, I'm going to ask my panelists the next question. So, Godwin, I've worked with you at Sony, you know, in different capacity. And one of the ones recently, I have a client that signed to him, and we had recouped our advance. And I checked the bill. I was just like, okay, why have they not told me to send in an invoice? Like, why have they not paid my invoice? Am I supposed to send to them an invoice? And like 2 days later, I woke up and they were just like, oh, this has been paid, you know, and stuff. So in my mind, I'm like, that's such an interesting system that is balanced. Is I didn't, because I could easily forget. I work with like 20, 100 artists, and it takes me time to go back and say, oh, I'm missing money and stuff. So from that point of view, thinking about it from an accounting point of view and a process point of view, a sustainable point of view, you know that one of our biggest issues in the industry is the accounting system. How has your global operation, like being exposed to a global operation such as Sony Publishing, helped to streamline accounting tech processes that we can apply as small businesses here in Nigeria?
Oh, okay. Thank you. And I think I know who you're talking about, so congratulations to you
Thank you very much.
for paying us back and now earning your money. The oh, I think one of the things we've done is when you set systems in place, because why a lot of labels die is that they do not have a system, right? So structure says I can put, it's like a factory. If I put a product, the design into this thing, it is going to reboot, return this product. And understanding that helps you solve that problem. So if we sit and look at Sony as a global business, I take trainings every year for all sorts of things. I'm in training almost throughout the year, whether it is to understand bias, or it is to understand policy, or it is to understand the company policy itself. I have to take these trainings. What that does is, as those things change, I learn them. Now, with regards to the accounting process that you mentioned, what we do is there's a system. When you join in the contract, it states when the frequency at which you'd be paid. So on our minds, we have to fulfill that promise of the contract. So we have a system globally where monies are checked financially. We've collected. Now we need to know how much did Germany collect on behalf of Nigeria, how much did the UK collect on behalf of Nigeria, and then we do our intercompany switches, and then they pay us, and then we pay them whatever it is that we've collected on their behalf. What that then does is we now have the system where we know on your back end, because you can also see it, that you've made a certain amount of money. So we don't need to call you. You don't need to call us. It's already scheduled that on this day, these people need to get paid, and everybody gets paid. The same way you woke up and got your check is the same way many other people. All I had to do was approve payments that are initiated, and everybody got their payments. And I think that is what we mean. And it's not a system that we must copy. It's a system we must create that is in line with our own systems. Because too many times, this copy and paste behavior that we do affects us as a people. And, like just like the argument of Afrobeats. Let me be honest. Personally, Afrobeats does not mean anything. To me, Afrobeats is a representation. What it means to me is not a genre. It's a representation of our culture, our language, our people. That's what Afrobeats is. So if we reduce it to a genre, we throw away the value of sounds like juju music, Fuji music, high life. And this has to be incorporated into our own systems, where we are identifying these things. Where I tell my people in Germany and in France, delete your Afrobeat folder. Because if I want to create a sample for rock music, I don't create it. I call you. I email you and I say, hey, I need this sample. We want to use it for XYZ or this production music. So when you want to use Afrobeats, why are you going into a studio and trying to recreate a Burna Boy song to come and send to me when I need or to send to your people in Germany when they need to use it. Systems must be set up. When we set up systems, people are forced to interact with us. When people know that if I go into a market, this is the way they do things here. Germany does not do business the same way France does. Netherlands does not do business the same way Germany does. Why do we now as a people want to copy what's done in America, in the UK, here? We have to start identifying our own patterns, our own systems, and then applying and creating products that help us. So in regards to that, I'm saying that to say it's nice that Sony does this. And as a Nigerian, I love my company. They do great for me. They pay me very well and they do a great job, right? I've seen the concept of writers first happen in Sony Music. So I love it. But as a Nigerian, I'm asking myself, what small businesses can we at Sony support? DMC, I think I saw DMC here. That's one of the companies that we've worked with. What small businesses can we support locally that are building things for this market? So I don't have to come and do it at Sony. So I can say, hey, you're already doing it. I might hire you to do that. That involves accounting, that involves legal services, that involves every other thing that interacts with the music industry.
Thank you so much, Godwin. and I'm going to segue from what you said and give it to Kizito. You mentioned something about the Afrobeats conversation, which is also interestingly a sustainable question, for us globally in terms of metadata, in terms of grouping us, which now eventually is leading to the data that people are training AI on, right? So it's like, that's a big question, especially for us as Africans or as Nigerians, is what is the sustainable representation for us, and tech is a very great enabler. So my question to you, Kizito, is working from a label perspective and also having a legal background, how has the metadata conversation progressed, especially in the last 5 years? And what do you see in terms of a sustainable future for metadata conversation as it relates to Nigeria, and also putting in consideration the artificial intelligence conversation for you as a label licensing executive at Maven?
Okay, thank you very much. I must first apologize for coming late. I had a work emergency. I just had to attend to. So sorry. Really interesting question. I think for starters, data is a very, very important part of our business right now. Of course, not just with our acquisition, our partnership with Universal Music Group, but just basically how we just educate our talents, our writers, our producers, the recording artists. We just have to figure out ways to let them know how the data is really impacting the music and how they need to be just abreast of having the right information. We don't necessarily give them data and say, hey, go and make music that suits this, or go and make music for TikTok, or this is what you need to do based on what the data is saying. But it doesn't hurt to know what the artists in your neighborhood are doing. It doesn't hurt to know that if you do this particular thing, it could attract interest from this particular territory. And metadata, obviously, the talents don't necessarily care about the metadata with all profound respect. They just want to make sure their music is properly released, is properly placed for opportunities for them. But it behoves on us responsibility, definitely, to get the right metadata in order for us to properly not just collect the music, but also make sure the music is earning where it should actually earn. And that's also one of the bigger problems we currently have right now, not just in terms of the record side of the business, but just generally in terms of collection generally. Getting the proper metadata has more often than not affected lots of like writers' earnings, not just writers that we work with directly, but also writers that we just generally, not just writers in our roster, I beg your pardon, but writers that we generally work with generally, who having issues with their PROs because of the fact that their songs are not properly registered. They don't know, they have issues with properly just ingesting their songs because of small details in terms of them not giving the correct ISRC numbers, ISWC numbers for their works and stuff like that. And currently right now, with the obvious AI explosion, it doesn't hurt in any way to just make sure you're having direct partnerships and with companies like Audiolytics, companies like BMAT of this world that properly have those information in terms of like getting the right data to actually ingest the works properly and basically earn revenue. So we're currently positioned right now, not just working with local stakeholders, but like just rightly mentioned, we're actually in that space where we're excited about small businesses that have been able to just basically work against the odds in terms of like doing business in Nigeria, but are keen on like getting the right resources in order to get this information over here in this territory. In as much as data is really, really a big one for us, a really big concern for us in terms of like getting the necessary data that can enable the writers get the necessary return on their works.
Thank you very much. Do we have any tech bros in the house? All right, this is my problem with them. All right. Well, I didn't see the hands up. Because half the time they say they are building for the space, building for the space, because they will not listen to us to know what to build.
Bros, big brother. This thing was up. Look at that brother there. He's a tech bro. Big brother, come. Come now.
You have to fish him out.
Oh yeah, both of you come. Ask them your question.
I actually just wanted to, sorry. I just wanted to identify because I wanted to say something that was segue. I'm so sorry because I'll come to you later. But my issue, one of my biggest issues, one of the things I fight the government the most about is lumping creative and tech funds together, because the tech funds are, it's cool now times 20x. They raise 1 million today. They expect you to have 50 million in 12 months, and they put us together and they take all the funds. I hate it. My DG is here, so I'm telling him just, I don't like it. But now that they've said music and tech together, we have to have conversations with you. And, GT and Kizito have mentioned very interesting things. One about accounting, two about metadata, and you mentioned different companies that are out, not local companies, which we're trying to preach sustainability. So the tech bros in the house, listen to the problems, identify it, and work on partnership. But now segueing into from you to my my boss, Dr. Mayo, he mentioned something about even when there's data, even there's collection, there's data, there's a collection issue. And when I came into this industry as a young woman, now I'm a grown woman, the first issue that we encountered was collection issue. The last 20 years, I'm not that old, but the last 10 years of my career, we're still having the same collection issues. And I know from different CMOs interaction, one of the biggest issue is data matching. How do we collect data? How do we match this money to this data? How do we, Sony has come to the market. They have huge issues collecting in this market. TVC, allegedly, let me remove that. Move that camera. Broadcasts are refusing to pay. The hotel does not want to pay. They say, which data are you paying? Which data? That's been the biggest issue for us. He's mentioned BMAT, which is a big collection, a big data analytics company, and I think one time I tried to reach out to them, the amount they gave me, I'm like, even our CMO is not making that amount for subscription, right? So you are our Oga, the money pillar of this industry, allegedly. How has data, how has this music tech conversation, how has MCSA tried to plug into it to foster, because we need it to work ASAP?
Thank you so much. I must say that I'm one of the happiest attendee of this event. That is Music Tech Nigeria. Because we have been looking at the local industry, that we talk about Nigerian techs, Nigerian, tech gurus who could be able to do what we need most. That is creating the technology to have to collect, to gather all this data, store them, technologies that can assist in monitoring usage of music in big platforms such as nightclubs, broadcast stations, and so on and so forth. Because broadcast stations, many of them don't keep their log, in spite of the law that requires them to keep logs of what they broadcast. Many of them don't do that. And the challenge of collection is still there. Nobody wants to pay money until maybe you drag them to court. But thank God recently there are judgments coming out of the courts now that is mandating users to pay. Recent one was the one secured by the Audiovisual Rights Society vis-a-vis the MCS. So we are gradually solving the problem of collection, but the issue of data gathering is also there. But within our own capacity, we have been able to acquire certain technology whereby if you are joining as a member of MCS, if you don't input all the required basic data, you will not be able to complete your registration, particularly those relating to your works. When you are inputting the title of your works, the system will ask you, the shareholders of the work, your capacity. Are you the composer? You identify your publisher, the performer, the producer, and everything. Then the the split sheet will also be given. If you don't give all these details, it will be difficult for you to submit and register. So we are keeping up with this. Then the other leg is that when we collect this money, we need this same data of usage to be able to distribute. And we don't want to leave it to the users alone. Of course, the users are obligated to give us the report of their usage. But when these reports are not forthcoming, we are deploying our own means to be able to generate these usages. And we are very reluctant in going abroad to sign contracts with some of these monitoring techs, like BMAT you have mentioned. We have ARC Cloud that we are working with. But the question is that the tech costs a lot of money, first to acquire and even to maintain. And when we look at all these costs, it pays us if our own tech people here can also look at this area. MCSA will be happy to meet with some of them or with all of them to first of all assess our needs. MCSA will not acquire technology for acquiring technology's sake. You have to identify the problem we want to solve. When we agree that this is the problem and this is the best way to solve it, then we can now look at the technology. I think that is the way we are going. And I'm saying with every assurance at my disposal that very soon the money will start to roll out.
You will not give me a round of applause for that. They said the money will start to roll out.
Yes, in good volume.
I'm going to, excuse me, I'm a lawyer. I will hold you to that.
Hold me to it.
All right, I will come to your office. So, but then again, you mentioned something very, very, very important in terms of, and I want to hammer on it again, is the cost of it in terms of the sustainability of cost of tech, right? I use ChatGPT Pro. I pay almost $20 a month. That's like 25K or 30K. And I just, when I wanted to tell my associates, use these to estimate, I said, they cannot be removing 30K every month to be doing this, right? And that's the cost of AI, right? And that's the cost of technology until you localize it, until we speak with the government, the Ministry of Digital, what's they call it? Digital something, right? to work with us, to localize this tech, for us to build tech for, like he said you have a conversation with them, you tell them their needs, and you build for them, not that you copy and paste like GT says that we all do, which is a lot of people's problem. And I'll go to Mr. Alex and say, as a creative, what do you want the most for tech to solve for you as a creative person?
Okay. At the end of the day, yes, that's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. I think that tech is very, very important, when it comes to these issues we're mentioning here. And if any company thinks that the acquiring the tech is a bit too expensive, especially locally, I think that one should find a way to partner with some of the tech people. And first you have to establish that before they will listen to you, before they will agree to work with you, they would want to see that you operate a culture of transparency. They have to know that, yes, they can trust this person. Okay, how am I? Because at the end of the day, even the tech people will ask you, how am I going to get my money? You understand? So you have to look at it from that point of view and be able, you can't do it alone. Even if you go and say, you call somebody to come and program something, it still needs to be maintained. So the best way to go is to partner with the tech people, let them build it, you work with them, assure them that whatever is due to them will be paid. You understand? So if they don't think you're transparent enough, they start to, pull back and stuff, and then you still be left with the same problems you're trying to solve.
Thank you. I just want to ask, do you have any skin tech you're using? Because you're looking very young. Maybe there's a skin tech. But my last question to the panelists, right, before and it's borders on ethics.
Thank you, though.
Yeah. You're welcome, sir. It borders on ethics, right? And I believe, I strongly am, because also I'm a lawyer, I'm a very stubborn one, is that there's a lot of ethical issues, especially with our tech system, that we fail to address, right? And if we're inviting tech into our industry, which we already struggle with a lot of ethical issue in the creative industry, then we now to bring another problem, right? So for GT, I'll start with GT, then we'll just go around, then we'll open the floor for questions. For you, from an ethical point of view, right, how do you see tech being, pro and also con in your space? And talk about not just as Sony, but as the many things you do in the industry.
I think, like with every tool, you can either use a fork to eat, or you can use it to stab something. And I think, like every other thing, tech is a tool. The issue isn't tech. The issue is people. The people that are using it and developing it. And I think once we establish that, we stop worrying about tech and we move the conversation to regulations. Because if you allow people, they will drive through a red light. Yeah, but the reason why they drive through when you don't allow them is because when they do, they're not punished. I know how many people, because I know that the technology that collects money from people when they cross red lights is not in everywhere in Lagos. It's in certain parts, particularly Ikoyi, right? And I know a number of people, and in Ikeja, the number of people that have stopped crossing red lights after making a few payments. And I think, and at that mess, I've started with friends who have said to their driver, I will take it from your salary, right? So you have when there are consequences for actions, we'll start to see. That's the reason why you have the house in the US called tech leaders to come and to answer questions. It's because there are regulations that may have been stepped on. And so when we talk about ethics, and you said I speak about all the other things I do, the honest thing is, one of the biggest challenges with our market is punishing people. But then the problem as well is identifying the alternatives is also a concern. It was great news when we were young I mean, thinking about it in hindsight, when I was younger and I was in the industry and we went to burn CDs in Alaba, I was very like, yes, let's teach them a lesson. But growing older now, I'm beginning to think, when we burnt the CD, did we find alternatives for the artists? Because the artists themselves took their CDs back to the person that we said were fighting. And so if we are able to look at it from a perspective of, we need to set up systems, as I mentioned earlier, we need to then identify players within the market that can operate within that system, understanding the rules of that system. Then it becomes easier for investment to come in. I speak as an investor representing the biggest publishing company in the world. Let me brag. Biggest publishing company in the world by market share, by revenue, and by catalog. And we've invested a ton of money in the market. And I can tell you without a doubt that I've not made any money from the market. So if I look at it from that perspective, I sit in a monthly or biannual meeting to convince my office to stay here, because I believe that there is a purpose that we can fulfill in the market. But our job as a business is not to come and create, is to make money. And in making money, we create solutions, but we have to earn from that solution. So I've signed writers. We've signed, we're talking about ethics now. We need to teach, we need to call people out.
Agreed.
This behavior of, let's not embarrass our house. The problem is our house is decaying. And if we continue to allow this thing to continue to happen, we'll have a problem. So I'll give you an example. When I told earlier that I saw that 30% of the songs on the top 100 Spotify were sampled. So that created an opportunity. I went to Kwamwan, I went to Oshupa, I went to, through DMC to Da Green Estate. We've signed Sonny Neji, we've signed Brad Chimeze. We're currently talking to a few other people. We brought in Adewale Ayuba. I would tell you for a fact that some of our highest earners are the legends. Right now, some of the highest earners are the legends, simply because we've been able to track their revenue and ensure that they're paid. But none of the money has come from. and I think that's the problem, right? Because when I told my bosses in the UK that I wanted to sign Kwamwan, the reason they were like, we don't know what that means, but sure. you know what I mean? And Kwamwan to us is who Bruce Springsteen is to Americans. So if we don't tell this properly and protect it, we all suffer. So this attitude of allowing people to misuse our IP or saying that, oh, it's our own people. Let's, you know the way we've now glorified the 419 business in this country, where we're not hurting any Nigerians. Actually, they are doing it to Igbo. The reality is, the more we allow this happen, they will start doing it to you. The fraud will not get to the point where maybe systems are set up and they can't do it there, and they need to make money. Then they'll figure out a way to take the little one you have. And if we don't stop it, that's the same thing that's happening. Ethics in the business is not a question of the systems or not a question of the tools. It's setting precedents, so people know that if I do this thing, there's a cost for doing it. So until we fix that, we're all wasting our time. Ethics in regards to CMOs, for example, is a situation of, like, I'm happy that he said what he said, because now I'm going to just direct all the tech people I know to him to go and start building, because it's important that the narrative we have about CMOs needs to change.
Hallelujah.
It needs to change, because where we sit, as I'm sitting as Sony Music, because I can't talk without talking as Sony Music. At the end of the day, we're talking about IP. And where I sit is a place where I have meetings with writers. Most of the writers, if not all, do not have any contracts with CMO locally. And for us to sign them, part of the condition is we need to be able to collect abroad. So if I'm sitting down, what I should be saying is sign with your CMO locally so that I can collect and they can pay your CMO to pay you. the writers are saying no. Why? Perception. So if we are able to fix that, and perception is fixed by work, successive work being done, there is a responsibility for this rights owner. I will not lie, because if I speak to most young creatives and their managers
And their lawyers.
and their lawyers, yes, and I ask them, what's your issue with CMOs? They will list out 15 problems. When I ask them, have you been to the office? They don't know where the CMO's office is. So that's a problem. But also there has to be some sort of responsibility on the part of those that say we're coming to protect the interests and rights of the rights owners, to say, how do we get to you? Because you are our business at the end of the day. How do we get to you? How do we make sure you're protected? How do we show you that we're protecting you? And I think when we talk about ethics, all of this thing comes into it. Sorry, I grabbed the microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, you're spoken from, if you like, don't clap. You spoken from the publishing point of view, and I want you to have a conversation from the label point of view, because usually you're the first level of investor into the artist, and we have a lot of perception, ethical issues, within the industry, especially the labels are tips. That's their only language. They are never the ones that stole, but it's the label. So talk to us from an ethical point of view, sustainability, and how, because the more ethical issues we have and perception issues we have, nobody's investing anymore. The labels have dwindled in the last 3 years. Nobody wants to put their money in. So
I think my contribution will not be entirely converse from GT's, I'm being honest. Because we still have the same similar experiences. Because from time to time I get to do projections. I also look after the publishing team I'm leaving. We get to do like projections to talents like Rema, Irasta, Johnny Drill, in terms of like breaking down their records, their record earnings, or their public performance earnings, and the publishing earnings, for instance. And of course, everybody has access to the IFPI reports, hopefully, I guess. And you see all these big numbers in terms of, interestingly, sometimes Rema will see his pictures splattered in IFPI reports, and he wants to understand what does this mean in terms of him getting the Guinness World Record, his record doing so well in the MENA region, and stuff like that. And in terms of like breaking down the reports, and he sees his PRS statements. So this is someone, for instance, now, someone who sees, without saying too much, sees 6 figures on a bad day in his PRO earnings, from his public performance earnings in the United Kingdom. Yes, so how do I educate or tell someone like this that, bro, what you're doing now, with all due respect to everybody, how do I tell someone like this that you don't need to be with these guys? Come and register with the local CMO in Nigeria. I'll look like a fool, and I'll look like I'm trying to be disingenuous to him in terms, because he's heard so many things. This goes back to what GT has said in terms of like perception. He's not only heard, he's heard like very interesting stories in terms of how, and he sees the breakdown, and he sees where his monies are coming from. He sees that his monies are coming from major regions, like the US, the UK, France, and sees that this is where the pool of his monies are coming from. And he goes all the way down. He doesn't entirely see anything coming in from Nigeria. Occasionally there's a flicker of a couple of dollars from South Africa. But so that's the challenge. How do I educate not just someone like that who has that level of success, or Irasta, but how do I now educate the younger ones that we're trying to sign every day, in terms of like letting them know that, hey, you should at first sign with a CMO, because they've already heard from their predecessors that nothing will come from this territory if you eventually sign. Like, your best bet is to sign with the PMIs of this world, sign with the PRS of this world. So that's like a challenge that we go through. Of course, right now, we've bolstered our efforts at Maven, and we're definitely with the RELP, MPANs of this world, and we're trying to like make sure we get everything right from that standpoint. But the challenge still remains in trying to like educate the writers and the recording artists every day in terms of what it could be. And in terms of like the challenge of, so what I would recommend, like a solution, first of all, so we don't just go around just criticizing. I would first of all feel that there should be a lot of investment in terms of like educating potential writers and recording artists. They should actually even know the breakdown. Like, don't assume that they know anything. First of all, like the first job is to be creative. The first job is to be talented. The first job is to make music. They don't want to talk to suits all the time. Like what you're saying, as far as they're concerned, they've reposed a lot of trust in you, confidence in you to look after their business, and they want to believe that you can do that for them. So while we also educate, they also have access to the internet, and they're also open to getting information in terms of how things are done. And right now is the jet age. Anybody can open the internet right now, and you'll be interested and be surprised to know how much these guys are actually online. Don't think that the talents are not seeing it. If they can respond to a Twitter troll, they can also go on that same social media and read up about collection in Africa. So we try not to be to discredit the kind of effort they can put in terms of like putting out research. So I think there should be a whole lot of, first of all, education of the writers. 2 years ago we were at the PRS and ET and PRS and the rest of the guys. They put out a fantastic symposium. And interestingly enough, there's a talent that we're trying to sign today who I met at that symposium 2 years ago. And he told me that, hey, the first time I met you was 2 years ago. We were at PRS function. I mentioned GT and he mentioned the rest of the guys. And he said, I met you there and I sent you a DM and everything. That his task that day was to actually meet 20 different people and get the information. And this is someone that we're actually almost trying to like wrap up signing signing him on a recording contract. So that just made me understand that there are people actually right now that are actually doing the Lord's work. There are people also who are talented, actually putting in the efforts. I never would have believed that a talent that we're trying to sign would have gone for like a function like that. Well, shout out to GT and the rest of the gang for what they did. And I'm really, really inspired by talents who actually make the effort to actually want to go and gather such information. So we can just sit down and think that they're not always interested. But put the right situation in front of them, you'll be surprised how much they're willing to actually find out.
Thank you very much. And I like the way you transferred the responsibility ethically back to the creative. Because one of the things I say, especially when creatives complain, we don't see the money, we're not this, but I ask, are you in the room to have conversations? I get it that you're creative, but it's your business, it's your livelihood, it's your pension, it's your retirement plan, it's your legacy, it's your generational business. So, Mr. Alex, as a creative yourself, what are you going to say to these lackadaisical ethical issues that we've been faced? Because this is not the first time we're talking about it, right? Right from, like I said, when I came into the industry, same issues of artists don't care. The creatives don't really care that much to be bothered about very until they're older, and we're trying to bring GoFundMe. Because I'll give you an example why. Yeah, if we go to if I sit in front of the president, he doesn't know me, but if you sing your song to him, he'll probably do like this and dance and listen to you, right? So why haven't the creative people really understood that soft power that they have? Talk to us from a creative point of view, ethically and just.
Okay. I think that, well, like I said earlier, it's about trusting who you are dealing with, and also being aware of the advantages of going closer and closer to where the information is coming out from. A lot of the younger ones may not be interested because they don't see a reason to. They're busy looking at the song that's blowing. What am I getting? Where are the shows? I think that if they are aware that these other areas have to also be taken care of as early as they start, I think it will make a whole lot of difference. So we need to be having more of conversations like this program, and I say big thanks to the organizers, and then the younger ones, once they know that there is something somewhere that they can gain, they can be, benefit from, they will definitely pay attention to it. So it's all about transparency, it's all about awareness, letting them know what's in there for them. That's what I think.
So that's very interesting. So, what tech bros in the house, transparency is a key thing for working in the music industry, right? Now, the last question is to my Dr. Mayor. You're the pillar.
I'm a bit I'm not a dealer. I'm just a copyright administrator. Yes, what I really want us to understand about PRS, ASCAP, and all of them, they have been able to conquer their markets. And it has taken them centuries to get to where they are. And in Nigeria too, we as Nigerians, we should take it as a challenge and a responsibility to conquer our own market, to control our own markets. Africa is the next market when it comes to IP. These guys have exploited their own markets. They have gotten to the end of their own market. They are looking for territories to colonize. And Nigeria is on the top of that bid. So it is now left for us in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole to be able to protect our markets. Thank God Trump has put an end to the so-called globalization. So everybody used to hide behind globalization. The world is a global village before. But now, you now know you are either a Nigerian or you are not. You are either an American or you are not. So hiding about those kind of slangs no longer exist. Our own duty is to conquer our market, control our market for the benefit of our own people first. And when we talk of also ethics, we are facing some challenges where the tech people too are holding us to ransom at times because they think that they have all the information on how our machine can run well, how the back-end office will do well. They may tweak one thing or the other. You find yourself running helter-skelter to fix things. So the text that we are looking at should also be trustworthy, that if the lives of so many people are put in your hand with respect to their earnings, you do not toy with the machines that you use to keep the records clean and straight. So when the text, when the data are there, the transparency is an easy matter. I cannot go behind to tweak to say somebody's works earns more than the other person when it is not so. So the text, the data, the program returns, the logs will give you the accurate picture of your performances in the market. So with all these things put together, it is for us to come back home, look ourselves in the face, and determine how do we want to control and expand our market and exploit our market. The Nigerian market has not been exploited even up to 10%. That is a fact. So if we are determined to do that, it's by collaboration. If we are not ready to work together, if it is everyone to your own camp, will still be there struggling and nothing will be coming in. But the moment we decide that this industry, this market belongs to us, like Tom said, once everybody is able to face the music, once you cross the red line, then the money will start to come in. And he will be so proud to say, yes, this is what we are bringing in from Africa. This is what we are bringing in from Nigeria. It's just a matter of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to my panelists. I'm going to take 2 questions before. Wow, 3. Okay, so I'm going to take you, and Bizu.
Thank you very much. My comment is to Mr. Mayo. So in this space, I'll use the movie industry as an example. When you buy a DVD, a genuine DVD, not the China black market DVD, and you put in your DVD player, you first see a disclaimer. Says this is for personal consumption, do not, play for public. And I'm also aware, for example, that my company distributes music to a brand called Brand Your. So my question is, I like challenges because it helps you think about solutions. And the reason why we're here is to look for solutions to our common problems. If we think that we are struggling to collect, performance royalties from hotels, restaurants, bars, and lounges, it's called soundtrack your brand, right? So why are we not thinking in terms of, and I think there's also a policy issue here as well from the regulators to the Copyright Council. Why are we not thinking about channeling all these outlets, as an example, that they can only consume or use our content through a unified channel? What do I mean? Nothing stops us in this room. And to be quite honest with you, this is one of the main reasons why I think we've put this team together. Why are we not already thinking about the enforcement, okay, of these industries, the bars? I'm saying this because I also own a chain of bars and restaurants in Lagos, and I'm aware that we've been chased once or twice to make these payments. And I will tell you the truth, it's not as if it's consistent. I'm not sure we've paid in the last 3 years. That doesn't mean you should come off task. However, if you ask me how do we consume music, it's either somebody is playing a Spotify playlist or somebody is playing from YouTube, and it's not peculiar to us here. Free again. Why are we not thinking about the enforcement of these businesses to only consume our music through one channel? And through this one channel, this is where the enforcement could possibly happen, because you're not going around chasing them because you don't have the logs of what they've consumed. So if we create a platform, for example, called Tech Music, whatever we call the brand, and we enforce all these hotels, bars, restaurants, and this is the only channel bars and restaurants can publish, or is it publish, or play our music from, then you have that control in one place. It's almost going to be impossible. I'll give you an example. Nigeria is a place where postal service, those things that work abroad don't work here. You can't be convinced that if you post a letter to a particular address somewhere, it may get there. So in this place, we have to look for innovative solutions that can solve our own problems. And I'm thinking one of such is to unified way of enforcing all these brands through a subscription model, for example, only be able to play our music. And through those channels, maybe possibly we can then, of course, collect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cordelia. I'm very sure that it took a lot of, how do I call it, self-determination for Alex not to say everything he had on his mind concerning some of the things you've been saying about collection and so on. You asked about the old ones. How come people don't start early enough until they are old before you know this and that? It has to do with that simple thing he mentioned when you asked, how do you want technology to work for you? Transparency is completely lacking in this region. There is a program we've put together called the Legacy Lounge, where we talk to the legends on radio. The last interview we did with one of them, you know what she said? We asked her about royalties, and she said one time she had gone to the record company to ask to know what was up with royalties. You know what they told her? They said, oh, sorry, the book done lost. I'm kidding. That was what she said, that the book was missing. If these people tell you how much they got from the record labels, I'm not going to talk much because Mike is my friend now. At least for now. Yes. So I'm not going to say much about that. But he knows what I'm talking about. Now, a lot of these people go into this thing because they want to first blow. And so a lot of the contracts signed, they are dodgy. That's how come they end up with practically nothing. I'm talking about shows. How many shows do they even get? So people now say, oh, all these people just make money and the next thing they will be spending the money. That's why they're poor. No, they've actually not made any money aside the names that they have going for them. So I'm the only lady who has spoken. Don't worry, she's there too. Don't worry, I'm almost done. So that issue of transparency is a big problem. And I would also like to find out from Sonny, honestly, in a sentence or two, how come you guys have not made any money from here? Why is it that difficult? You answer. Then the area of AI, you talked about paying about 30 bucks or so for ChatGPT. If you've known how it works, for us who are working with AI to make music videos and all that, you pay for every single thing. But guess what? When they release these things, Nigeria is blacked out for a long while. The world would have gone before they release it to us. Again, why? Can we solve these problems?
I'm going to respond to the question to Sony very quickly. We aren't making money locally, and I must say this: one of the things I do as MD of Sony, when I sign a writer, I exclude Nigeria from the collection. There's a reason why. The reason I exclude Nigeria is so that when we fix the issue, I will not have any questions or issues trying to change any contracts, change any issues to put the writers in market, right? So that's something I thought about from jump and do. But the reason why we're not making money, there are many reasons, and I'll tell you. Spotify in the UK, it's also a spending issue. Spotify in the UK, so Chairman, timekeeper, you help me, you let me say this one, it's very important. So in the UK, my Spotify is tied to my UK account. And so I have a £12 payment that goes out every month to my Spotify. £12 in Nigeria is currently 24,000 naira. Minimum wage is 70,000. If a married man who's earning 100,000 removes 24,000 to pay for music, he's in trouble. So our Spotify is less than $8. Now, bear in mind that a large number of people do not have cards. They have a lot of people don't have bank accounts. Then you have people that don't have cards. So you have people that have cards but are afraid of putting it on online platforms. So the numbers continue to drop. So by the time we're about to go in, you will see that most of the music streamed on Spotify are free. AudioMark doesn't particularly pay a lot of money, neither does Boomplay. And so when you look at it, all those different areas, the reality is there's also a spending problem, right? So the reason why we can't collect isn't totally CMO is not paying problem. It is also there's not enough people that can afford, because even Spotify, the people who can afford to pay the $1 or the 900 naira, 1,200 still have to think about data. My driver, when I travel and I need to call him, I stopped. I think a year ago, I started paying his data money because I tried calling him on WhatsApp and he switched it off. And it was later I said, "Why did you say?" I had to call him direct. He said, "Ah, sir, my data has finished." So I said, "You know what? That's not my problem because it's important to me." I think that's the reason why. But for us to fix the problem, we have to fix the system. So that's the reason why the societies must function properly. If they function properly, when the policy conversations now start happening, which, to be very honest, are happening. I spoke to Baba, right? They're happening. But if they happen and investors are sitting on the table and we are not ready, then it's a bigger problem. So we lose out on an opportunity as well. So my response to that is, and I grew up here. So you might have a grudge with your elder, but there's a way you talk to them, right? And I think we have to apply this to how we're dealing with our problems and find a way to solve them. But we're not making money for many reasons. But we must fix the main tools and the system so that when those things come to play, we all benefit. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauli Ekwas. There's been a lot of talk here this afternoon. This is a wonderful. This is a wonderful forum. Me, I belong to the old school. In my school, we had ethics. You never made a record and not put all the information, from the songwriter to the musicians to the producer to the artist to the writer of the songs. Published. So you had no problem knowing who did what. But today, people make records, no information, nothing. You just see the title of the record, see the artist and the picture, and it's gone. And now you are looking for metadata, you're looking for information, you are looking for information. So we jettison the culture of doing the right things. That's important. We cannot be looking up to tech to change that. We need to change their mindset. Very important. A lot of artists don't attend these things, you know. A lot of artists who are to benefit don't attend. Check. Maybe you find the managers here, but even the managers, how much do they know and can pass on to them? So we need to change a mindset. We need to, our approach to this business must change. People who want to learn must be ready to learn and listen and learn and take the time to do the right thing. That's how you get benefits. You put in the work, you do the right things, you get the benefits. You don't do it, sorry. So music tech, tech is good. When tech started, was when MIDI started. We started recording with high tech and everything. That's a long time ago. We are here, even in those years, there was a culture of doing the right things. So let's go back to doing the right things. And I'm not saying go back to the old ways. We can approach, we can use tech to do new things. But let's remember the culture of doing the right things. That's how we can get better. Structures are needed. Discipline is needed. When artists today, they will deny people the rights, they will deny, I never had anything to do with that company. I didn't sign the contract, or I didn't record. My contract was 3 years. When you give copyright, so if people think they have done the wrong thing, or they have signed a contract they want to renegotiate, go and do that. So lawyers must help artists to do the right thing. So there's a lot to do, please. And I think that, you guys have talked about it.
Bizu and Bizu. Okay, yeah, okay. You said. All right.
My check.
All right. Okay, then
So
one more, then we're done.
then
Yeah,
okay.
we're done. Sorry.
1, 2. For those that don't know, Mr. Laulu Akins produced Ace Shino Peters and Mike Okri's Time Now Money. All right.
There's- Okay. No.
Great. So to the iconic, even though I'm sure there's nothing like that, but
Thank you indeed. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In everything I do, I like to connote the spiritual ends to everything. And so when I was in Abuja last week with my brothers here, I said how wonderful and good it looks when brethren gather together for one common interest. This is what has always been missing in our own sector. The ability to come together and discuss. I especially want to react to my brother's disposition when he said it will be difficult for him to speak to Rema, for example, about societies, collective societies in Nigeria where he belongs. I think it is pure ignorance. If you can sit him down and open his eyes to understand that you can only be that rich here. The money might be in dollars, but I tell you, there is no way America all put together can play, for example, Burna Boy 42,000 times in a month on any radio station. Never. But here, you can get 1 million playback from stations. So if everything is fixed right, you intend to make more money from where you come from than anywhere else. But there seems to be that understanding now, because when you are there, you hardly dream of when your candle dims. When you are there, you continue to imagine that you'll be there forever. But that's not true. So you need that spiritual eye to understand that nothing lasts forever. Why I enjoy this thing, let me make more money by returning to where I belong. So it is for us all, like you said, we need to do more. Even as the collective society, we need to do more to be able to lock them up in a room and explain this great missing link between the understanding of how the copyright works. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, sir. So 1 second reaction. Yeah.
Sir, based on what you said, sorry for Kitty, I wasn't going to speak, but my name is Bizo. I wasn't going to speak, but a lot of the young, it's so difficult for us to convince them to even believe in anything Nigeria. You know, the other day I was speaking to Matthew Ohio, and I said to him, I told a few of the young writers we worked with, I said, look, go and see where you want to sign up with MCSN, COSON, let us know, we'll help you do it. And they came back, and first thing they said was, their websites are so boring, their logos look like 1960s. And first of all, these kids are looking at cool things. They go to PRS website and they see cool blue website, red logo. They go to BMIT, all these things. They go to ASCAP. Those things get them excited. And a lot of these young guys, they don't care about these things we do here. The event Kitito is talking about where he met artists, we did that event with PRS. And some of the legends for Nigeria, they came to the event accusing the PRS people of coming to steal the people from Nigeria for slave trade. And it's like these people came to say, we're just coming to educate your young artists here. We're not coming to force them to sign to us. We're just trying to educate them more on what to do. The problem is that a lot of these young people, there's no proper education or things. A lot of them don't even see their peers working in these companies. So maybe a lot of these companies need to hire younger people to help these people realize that, okay, it's cool to work in this department. That's why all the young people in Nigeria want to be artists, want to be DJs. You don't see any of them saying, oh, I want to go work for COSON. I want to work for MPAN. Because in their mind, it's all for older people. So I feel like a lot more of us need to bring, which is what part of things we're trying to do as well, is just bring these young guys together. Maybe some of this collective societies to hire these young people to help them. I told Matthew, they should do a challenge. Redesign the MCSN logo. Redesign this. Get them involved. That way, slowly and surely, these guys start to feel like they're part of this, and then they want to be involved. Because here now, I can see, I don't think there's any artists here. It just looks like managers, lawyers. Okay, maybe, one artist. Okay, I see you all the time.
I see him all the time.
Yeah. I mean, but you see, people like this, it's like I root for people like this because you pray for them to succeed. They attend events like this. But also, Nigeria doesn't support things like this. Like last week Sunday, we had Cisco performing in Nigeria. I haven't seen anybody saying, oh, why are we not doing Alexo or something show? You know, it's like they'll rather bring people from abroad to come to Nigeria because they know that if they do shows in Nigeria, people won't want to pay. We as the people of Nigeria also need to start supporting our legends. Not that we'll wait online to see when something happens and say, hey, they didn't save. But we need to also engage them. You see people bringing Kenny G, bringing all these big artists from abroad to Nigeria. These people are legends in their country. Let's celebrate our own legends too in Nigeria. We need to start doing more things. Brands need to start, booking shows. It's not only the young people that needs to be on the shows. They need to start booking our legends as well too. We should celebrate them more.
So, a round of applause for everybody, just to reset and give us like a closure to the panel. music tech is very much needed. Tech is needed. Music tech is needed. But for that to happen, for the tech bros in the house, you have to understand the problems that we're facing. You also have to think from an ethical point of view how to create sustainable systems and processes that helps us to fix the problem. And one important thing I want you to understand today, MCSN is very open for you to come and discuss with them, to give them a tech to solve the problem that we need, that we have. And everybody on this panel also, we represent different brands that are very key to the ecosystem. Collaboration is very, very, very much encouraged, and also at the core of it, remember our culture and remember I remember transparency, because to create a sustainable society, we have to do the work. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, can I
Sorry,
invite?
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna stand to say this one. Because my job requires that I get permission from corporate communications before I do any speeches or any conversation. That's how bad it is. But this thing I'm about to say now, I think is extremely important. First of all, tech is a manifestation of existing things. It scales. It doesn't solve problems. It scales solutions. There has to be a solution first. The second thing I will say is this. I hear you, sir. I do. But when an artist starts making money, their entire family starts depending on them. And the moment you start getting calls from your parents asking you to pay medical bills, to pay because they're looking at you on TV, the artist starts thinking that I need to find a way that I can maximize this attention I'm getting and monetize it. Where can I monetize this attention right now? That's where these companies come. We all know that it is important for us to fix our problem. These artists cannot vote in PRS. They cannot vote in BMI. But they are making money. And in their minds, I do not need to vote in those places. The problem here is an ethical issue. That's the issue. And if I were to say, let us find a solution right now, I would be pissing so many people off. So here we go. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board on how we hand out licenses. I think that there has to be certain criteria that must be met for anyone to apply or to qualify to apply for a license. When those criteria are met, what it does for the organization is me as a writer recognize that the regulatory body has set a standard already, that before anybody collects this thing, that standard is met. What are those standards? You see this conversation we're having about technology? It's a late conversation. It is a criteria for a license. Once we have these conversations around technology, transparency, etc., that criteria forces people to trust the system because they see that the system has put them ahead. The only reason why we set up any system or criteria is so that we protect the people that own those rights. Right now, as it stands, we are not fully doing the things from a policy point to protect those rights. And I can't blame MCSN. I cannot blame Koson. Why? Because they came from a position of problems. There were issues and we are solving. And so we solved. But now we're at a point where we can find proper policies to say, how about everybody stops for a moment? Why is everybody trying to collect everything? How about we identify what each can collect? Who is collecting mechanicals? Who is collecting performances? Who is collecting these things? So we identify, so we know when you come and apply for a license, you know what you're going to collect. There's criteria you meet. If we can do these things, I want to tell you for free, I am literally the single reason why Sony hasn't left. I'm fighting for my people. I'm fighting, but I found that I'm now fighting my people. Because in trying to solve the problem, people are asking me, what's the problem? What do you want? Collect this money and be going. So please, if we can, this is my plea. I'm standing to even ask, let us review this policy. Let us find a way that we are ensuring that the criteria is met before, like right now we're having a conversation, and these conversations they were had a month ago.
a year ago, it's getting tiring. So at this point, this is me begging from an investor point of view, from somebody who's putting billions of naira into the market and seeing nothing in return. We need to fix this thing, because the only way smaller companies will grow is that there are bigger companies supporting it, until those smaller companies become big and then they start functioning and operating in the system.
Wow. That is food for thoughts for everyone in the room. Please, can we come? First of all, we'll take pictures, the panelists alone. Then thereafter, the NCC, Sir Oritz Obiasika will join in the photo. Mr. Deblade Olosh. Okay. All right. Photos, please. Photos, thank you. Okay. Are we ready? Photographers? You have it? Because you are the only lady. You are the only lady. Fusa. Thank you. Sir. Okay. Yes, the two DGs, Doctor. You have the shot? Sir Oritz, and Mr. Yes. The picture is going to be very large. Can we take it? Sir, please let the photographer take care. We're going to have the Cahoots game now, but we're also going to do it simultaneously with lunch, which has been prepared outside. Please do not go yet. There is lunch and lots of gifts to be won. But for now, can I welcome to the microphone Mr. Michael Odiong for closing remarks. Mr. Michael Odiong.
Okay, I guess we're still in the fringe. Please, let's take our seats, and in the next 5 minutes, this. In the next 5 minutes, we'll be done with this. Okay.
Please, can we all be seated? Please, can we all be seated? Sir. Thank you. Sir, since you are standing, Everybody, please, can we sing that old jolly happy birthday song for Obi Asika? Are you ready? Chief, 1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday to you. So that they're going to sing that you they sing for.
Happy
Birthday to you. Happy birthday
to you.
Dear OB, my, what do you say?
Happy
High chief. Is a high chief now.
birthday to you. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
I sing first at the Music Tech Nigeria and Lolly event. All right, Dr. Mason.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is very special to me. We had to frame this. We had to frame this. This is a write-up from Jerome Van Have from Belgium, who's the co-founder Music Tech Belgium. Immediately we read this, I felt a connection. And it told the whole story about what we are doing. And it shows that there's a lot of potential in this country. Let me just read a few lines. Congratulations to Michael and Chinedu on the official launch of Music Tech Nigeria. In entrepreneurship, the power of the network is one of the most valuable assets. Creating hubs like this is vital to structure, connect, and grow the ecosystem. Just like we are doing with Music Tech Belgium and all the European hubs active with Music Tech Europe. And it always starts with a coffee. We started this with a coffee sometime in November at Kristiansand, Norway. And today, this is where we are. I've always believed in visions. I've always believed in the possibilities that can come out from this industry. And today is a testimony, and God has not put it wrong, because he always gives us the ability to do this. And we want to say a very big thank you to everybody that has made it here. At a point, as of yesterday, we were very scared. We were scared of the exponential numbers that would fill this hall. And we're like, would we be able to cater for everybody? Today is a testimony that Music Tech Nigeria is born. And I mean, you could hear Ivan, the enthusiasm and everything. The truth is, next year is going to be very exciting. My DG, next year is going to be very exciting because I and Chinedu, we know what is happening. The whole of Europe is concentrating in Africa. There's going to be a whole lot going on next year. Midem, next year, February, is Africa. What's it called? Canex, next year is Nigeria. Yes. So there's a lot that is happening. Nigeria is the center point of all this. We now need to take advantage of this. And we're happy that we have you. You're an industry person. We're happy that we have the DG of NCC, who is also an industry person. So it's not like they just brought somebody from nowhere to come and put there. We have our own challenges. That's not an issue. But we always look forward to want to solve these issues. And that is what Music Tech is all about. Luli, Demi, I mean, we've tried to do a lot since 2022. We've tried to do a lot since 2022. Today, we have a dream that has come true. Thank you very much, Luli. Thank you very much, Demi. Dr. Kunle, my main doc. I mean, we've been there like 4 years. I mean, I practically introduced legends to him. And I think you signed one of them. You had a deal with one of them. So they call me old school, they call me ancestor, but I don't care. Because I have a passion to work with the legends. And of course, we have our own legend here, Pupa Oritswiliki. I mean, each time you see these people, you see what they have worked for. You are just convinced that you need to make sure that they earn from what they have worked for over the years. And that's my vision for Premier. That's my vision for Premier. Yes, there are lots of challenges. I won't lie to you. But you see, we have to be in the space to be able to solve the problem. We have to be in the space. We need to be on that table. If we are not on that table, how can I start defending my artist? How can I start saying I want to create something that will benefit my artist? It's not possible. So we are here, and from this point, we promise that Music Tech Nigeria is not just a name, it is a movement. It is a movement. And that movement will do everything to make sure that we improve, you know, the economy of the entertainment industry. Like my partner had said, Dr. Chukuji, this is just the first point of call. From next year, we have a lot of activities. We have the hackathon, we have artist engagement, we have research and knowledge hub, we have working groups. Quarterly, we are going to be having hubs where we bring people together, investors, creators, developers, and everybody. There's a young man here. In fact, he called me a few days ago. We had worked together 15 years ago. And then he sent me a message on LinkedIn, and we talked. And he said that he would love to be a part of this, that he has created an app that can master songs. Like literally, you have an app. You don't need to be a super engineer to master a song. Something that will take you 2, 3, 4 days. Right now, with some click with the app, you master your music. Now, I mean, normally you say, oh, that cannot be done. But this is done. So can we now look for a way to say, okay, if this has been created, what are the challenges? How can we make it better? Because it is homegrown solution. We need to encourage these people. We need to try and make sure that whatever is needed, we try to put for them. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Thank you, Eclipse. Thank you so much. We're very grateful. Thank you, WEM. Thank you, the NCC team. Thank you, our legendary Alex O. Thank you very much, sir. You are always honoring me. God will honor you, sir. Continually bless you. And of course, my super GM, Madam Cordelia Ope. Thank you so much. Oga Louis, thank you so much. The NCC team, we are very, very grateful. Everybody, my Premier team, thank you very much for coming around. And all the young people, I'm excited that you're here, and this is just the beginning. Please, our doors are open. If you want to reach me, reach me. I'm not blocking anybody. We need to have conversations so that we provide platforms that would make you succeed. That is why we're here. So thank you very much, everybody. And once again, thank you to the Luli team. My wonderful team, Bambi, Mojid. These two guys have been amazing. Like, Demi, these guys, like, they are machines. They are machines. Thank you so much. God bless you. My deputy CEO, Lukman. Lekon, sorry. Lekon, thank you so much. And every member of the Luli team, thank you so much. God bless you all.
So before we call it a wrap, sorry, please, we'll be reaching out to every one of us in this room. We have your details. And we'll be, Oga, will they
Sir
come to
Michael.
you? And thank you for agreeing to partner with us. We'll be working closely with you and the NCC. Because one, we'll be setting up a quarterly meetings, and we'll also be putting together hackathons. We'll be having artist engagement and research and knowledge hub. So these are the things that will spin out of this. So this is not, like we said, it's not an event, it's a movement. And we do hope that we can use this to begin to solve some of those problems that have hitherto existed. And hopefully we can have an industry that is putting money in our pockets to the glory of God and to the benefit of the right owners. Thank you very much. I hand over to the MC.
Okay. I just have announcements and we're out of here. Oops, I look like a politician with these two mics. So on behalf of Music Tech Nigeria, Luli, the organizers, the chief organizers of this event, I'd like to say thanks to everybody that came. We're going to have the Kauts game shortly. Lunch is ready. You want to play it now? Lunch is ready. And you have a game outside from which you can win items and goodies. Once again, my name is Omo, and I say hi. Thank you, and see you next time. Please, you can start going outside for lunch.